You're gonna light us on fire and expect nothing to happen like it doesn't matter. That's not the way this works. You can't just lift the ones we love away from us like it doesn't matter. 'Cause then we get angry and everyone you know is going to feel it. And we will find a way to take the stairs to up above. And we won't talk of love, we're gonna get violent. We're gonna fight gods, we're gonna fight gods, and we're gonna win. We will get our vengeance in the end. We're gonna fight gods, we're gonna fight gods, and we're gonna win. And nothing will remain the same again. And our redemption arc is coming up. Yeah, I bet you feel frightened. You feel it coming like a wave, a million droplets. Making up in ocean.
Hey, Megaboss, what? Oh, and welcome. Sorry, that long exhaled sigh was the realizing that I was going to have to use Imperios' meme this morning. So that's where we are. How are you doing? It's been 1,000 years.
Everyone you know is going to feel it. We will find a way to get the train up to the sky. We're not asking why, we're asking for justice. We're gonna fight gods, we're gonna fight gods, and we're gonna win. And we will get our vengeance.
Yeah, Megaboss, I'm not emotionally invested in Overwatch anymore after Stuff and Things, but it has been fascinating to watch from the sidelines. Fascinating.
And our redemption arc is coming up. Fight gods, we're gonna fight gods, and we're gonna win. And we will
Oh, and Danny, Watto and welcome, coming in. I got so many stories.
Reactor online. Sensors
Yeah!
online. All systems nominal.
is coming up.
4 years, Mother Hubbard. Ain't getting rid of me that easily. The RNG on the weird in the convo.
Wait. I thought it was you lot who were putting up with me. Wait. If I can't get rid of you, and you can't get rid of me, but who's driving the plane? I killed the quote already. Gaimo!
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Ah!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Dang, 48 months. That's more than half a year.
That's significantly more than half a year. I'm no mathema wizard, but that's significantly more than some year. Catastros Prologue, thank you for 4 feckin' years. No big deal, right? Heck, you know, that's a lot of pressure. But to all of you, I've missed you. Watto and welcome. How are you doing? Tell me your tales. Yeah, no pressure or anything. No pressure. I've got so many stories to tell you. I even brought my props. Uploaded all my pictures earlier so that it'll be easy for me to show you all the stuff and things. Although, because Fiona and I kind of split our pictures depending on, well, one, Fiona being driving a whole bunch, and the adventures we got on, this isn't the complete set. So you'll sadly have to wait for future stuff. Lance, what, ho friend? Hello, hello. And feckin' Dinobot's doing its job and all. Yeah!
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
All hail the new king of the burgers.
Hey, Steppergen, it turns out that Burger King crown had unexpected powers, which I will fill you in on a bit. Like, let's let everybody get in before I get into story time. But, oh, I mean, feckin' hell. More important than that, Steppergen, thank you for 4 years of subs. 4 years. Feck me running. So while we're waiting for everybody to filter in, how are you all doing? Tell me your tales. Okay, Catastros, like I said, you'll get all the stories in a second, don't worry. But I'm just saying that... Sorry about this, friends. Anyway. I've missed you all. Tell me what's going on with you lot. Like I said, I'll tell my tales once everybody's in and hanging out. 'Cause I've missed you! Like the Burger King story, the tale of this little guy, and why I have an assortment of rocks is a story that I do want to tell in great depth. And Lance, I think the under banners are just for non-sub stuff. I've put it so that you should only get an ad when you come on in, if someone isn't subbed, and that should be it. I don't make any fucking money on the ads. Well, okay, I make a few dollars a year. Night Valen, what-ho, friends? Coming in. How you doing? Missed you all! I missed you all! Tell me your tales! Tell me the thing! I mean, Night Venom, then we just need somebody to make that. if we need ourselves a... a king moat, just need someone to put it together, right? Hey! Theodora, what-ho and welcome! A whole 4 years of boot. How are you doing? It is... I'm actually using the internet to work out... Yeah. Theodora, that's officially 4 years. Fucking yo. And also, 4 years at tier 2, which is a whole heckin' lot of stuff, so thank you. Anyway, how are you lot doing? Tell me your tales. Like I said, I want to give everybody a chance to get on in here before it's officially story time. Are you just slacking about for a bit before bedtime? Well, Beadora, it's lovely to have you for a little bit. I'll try and get to the stories as quick as I can. Yeah, Wolfcrad, what-ho, friend! If anyone would like any tips on slaying zombies, I feckin' got you. If you're wondering, hey! Now it's coming together. Aperios, you glorious Mother Hubbard, how are you doing, friend? Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Because they added a new feature in Twitch for this.
What ho? Oshiv Oshiv.
And Vanderbeest, what ho, friend? How are you doing? That's the second 4-year tier 2 behemoth. How goes it? Oh, see, Wolfgrad, I can't see that, but friends, you should be able to see a little banner that pops up that should allow you to throw a follow to a Perios. Perios, of course, being a person who has the ability to get up in the morning, which I lack. And I'm sure I've told you all 1,000 times, but is the person I go to talk about like Twitch stuff and esports stuff and things like that. So they are definitely worth a follow. Down on the Dwarf, Watto and welcome. Also, Perios, yes, I did use your picture. Rise and shine, sweetheart! I did use your horrendous Photoshop for today's post because there was nothing else that fit. And I need you to know how begrudgingly I used that image. Like, literally, as Megaboss came in, I had this look on my face like, fuck. Because I knew I was going to have to.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
With a delay I can get the notification with everyone else.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Something's fucking with our internet a little bit, so there is a slight delay. But Sadlin, on top of everything that you do, thank you for 4 years of it. And cheers to you. Beadora, not only did I tweet, I Facebooked. Yeah, both. So yeah, friends, come on in. I'm not entirely sure how to process 4 years. Oh, you mean the delay in the stream? Okay, I get you, Sadie, I get you. But yeah, both Beadora and Vanderbeest weren't just 4 years of subs, but tier 2s, which is a lot of money. Thank you. Like I said, I'm going to wait till a few more of the regulars are in before we get stuck in. And then I have so many stories to tell you, friends. So many stories. I even have image prompts. The whole shebang. Oh, and all of you are doing like a little like and a retweet, bringing everybody in. I do have realised, unfortunately, I'm going to have to post that ruddy picture on the Book of... not the Book of Face, on Instagram. Because I've made a lot of friends on Instagram. So... apparently that's just what everyone uses in LA, which is very strange, but alright. Oh, and Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Oh, well, Catastros, seriously. Like, congratulations on it, and I'm glad I could be here, yo. I mean, you did the hard work. I was just the banter nonsense in the background, right? Well, yeah, and sorry, Wolfgrad was saying that the amount of corgis that miss the pint glass. What happens is if 2 pop off at the same time, it basically sprinkles them both. Whereas if one person does it in succession, it does like one then the next. Don't ask me why, that's just what it does. So, Perios, again, thank you. That's a very specific number. And so much for the corgis that did make it. Firestranger, Watto, and welcome. Good morning, hello, coming in. I got a whole bunch of stories for everybody, but I wanted to wait until everybody got in, because, you know, I don't want you all have to hear about... well, considering the amount of times I tried to stream with you all on the trip, I want to make sure that we get everyone together.
Bits for story mode, Will.
Story mode, Will. Is that what we're saying? No corgi is safe. Bacon, down under. Thank you kindly for the bits. And Vanderbeest, good luck in keeping it filled. Oh shit, and the train's already going. Bleed Nora. You'll notice that we still have a skeleton in the background. Oh, okay. So for a brief second, friends, took me way too long to work this out. Firestrager had, I should say, Jarl Infinitus. The Jarl Infinitus health bar was 69, 69, 69. Yeah. Bacon says, now time for Hype Train Infinitus. That's up to you lot. It was cute the other day when it said that, what was it like?
And now the hype train finishes.
I'm ahead of the Welsh guy, which is shocking. What was I fucking saying? Oh yes, the hype train being like, you hit an all-time high. What the fuck? Holy shit! Sorry, Jackie and Dead Idiot and all of you who've come on in, Watto and welcome. Holy shit! Maximum Corgi! Corgis rain from above! Holy shit. Yeah, I'm gonna need a sec before we get into story time. Holy fuck. Fucking hell. Sorry, friends. Fuck. Hello? Shit! Fuck! Sorry, to, Veganado. Watto and welcome. Please come on in. I'm just kind of broken right now. I'm glad you enjoyed the Happen Lands video, because that game's fucking special. Holy shit! Hang on, well I've still got a vague snippet of brain power. I'll send that over to Floydo. Fucking hell, friends. Thank you! Shit! Thank you! Yeah. Dead Idiot, I probably bloody should, shouldn't I? Duke, Watto and welcome. Fucking hell. Beador, you are entirely correct. Indie games are kinda great. Holy shit! To those of you who just joined us, I do have stories aplenty. I'm just kind of... we just had a red bit drop like it was nothing. Feckin' yo. Perio says, just go hard. Pop a blood vessel. It's just a brain. Yeah, we get more of those.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Jackie has felt the need to gift a sub to Nudity Man, the least effective crime prevention superhero of all time. Holy fuck! Holy shit! It's alright, I've got Doosa. Ah! Don't you
A little push.
I mean, Wolfcrat, all of you, freaking thank you. Holy shit! This is also the first level 6 we've ever seen. 7? I am back. Thank you. Thank you, Doosa. I am back. Holy shit, you lot.
Hey, this looks fun. Throws more bits.
Akira Zero, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. Sorry, friends, come on in. I will try and get my composure back. But holy fuck! Holy fuck.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Arc villain Shredder.
Jackie, thank you for gifting 5 to the crowd. You got Lord Lost and Found, you got the End Hero, Exeter, Jambozic, and Veganando? Vaginando? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm absolutely butchering your username, but the person who came in from Happylands, which is freaking cool!
Oh wait, never mind. Choo choo, mother cluckers.
Choo choo, mother hubbard! Fuck. Aperios, you're a chronic terror. Oh. I'm so sorry, Fred. I don't know what to say. I get. What else? Danny Sink. Nice. Yeah, you know what, Down on the Dwarf, how could I have foreseen this? You lot being a bunch of terrors? No. No. Sage Bell, Watto and welcome! Hello, hello! I mean, Lance, all all trains have limits. All trains have limits, but this is definitely a lot more than anyone was expecting! Holy fuck. Fucking yo! Kaiba, what the heck? Unleashed from the big telly. Look, do so on the big telly!
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Here's a bit more. Happy Halloween.
And Daddy saying a happy Halloween to you. Yeah, that, according to Mr. Twitch, that's a new-ish record. 72% of level 7. Holy fuck! Holy fuck! Fucking hell, friends. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Sorry, just all of you. Thank you so much. Congratulations, you managed to destroy me within 20 minutes of starting today. And I don't know, there's fucking y'all. Wolf Cradwith, if you don't know what to say, you can always try Riddle Ah yes, the Jack Black approach. Denny, it's not! J-Pose!
Oh, yes.
What, old friend? How goes it? Hello, friends. Sorry, I'm trying to get my composure back. I'm giving it a bloody good goal. That was a 2 red bit scenario. I am just one person. It's very difficult to use people words. I haven't even told you about this little thing. Or this rock and why it's cool. I haven't started with the stories yet. And the spooky ghosts apparently are not done. But sorry, J-Post, thank you so much. That's 4 feckin' years at a tier 2. It's an inordinate amount. Sorry, let me pause the track for a second. Kind of getting drowned out by... Okay. Thank you, Deuce. All of you, thank you. Alright? I said this before, but I think it warrants saying again. Like, I actually got to go out into the world and go see people and be a human. And the only reason that I get to do that and get to sit here is thanks to you lot. Alright? So, thank you. I just didn't want... I'm very overwhelmed and very overexcited all at once. And I fucking wait! So all of you, thank you. Let's get into story time. Alright?
I can see the truth.
Actually, I'm gonna... Let's bring up some smooth jams, because I got a lot of stories to tell you all. Oh, I got a lot of stories to tell you all. You lovely Mother Hubbards. Where am I? Where are my Final Fantasy jams? There we go. Oh, yeah, Lance, I do. I am very all the lot of things. But I'm going to try and do this. So, firstly, Watto and welcome! Friends, I fucking missed you. This has been the longest I can think of that we've gone without just like hanging out and stuff. My intention to stream while we were on the road resulted in some just abominations. I might sit down and see if I can chop them together because they seem like the shittiest Apex Twin music video. But we did it! Okay, and let's be honest, Fiona did it. Over the last week and change, we went to go to our good friends Ben and Mandy's wedding down in LA. Now, we had plans as to how we were going to do this. Those plans entirely exploded. And so, rather than cancel, we decided, feck it, road trip. And thus began the long and winding Seattle to LA and back round trip. Plans changed and morphed. New friends were made. Old friends were revisited. There were highs. There were lows. It was fucking cool. We basically did here to Portland, Portland to Mount Shasta, and then Mount Shasta to LA. And on the way back, what was it? I think it was... Oh no, it was LA to Monterey, Monterey to Shasta, and then Shasta to Seattle. Due to both time and money, we had to cut things short. But I don't want to talk about money stuff because y'all just threw in well over 200 bits. God, I can't even speak words. So we're just gonna focus on stories and stuff and things. We're not gonna talk about money. Right. So, Fiona organised our Portland stay, and that was definitely one of the highlights. Oh no, Danny, we are fiscally fucked right now, because the trip ended up being woefully a lot more. All right, I guess I'll mention a little bit about it. So the trip ended up being massively more expensive than intended. So don't know how we're gonna handle that one. But it is good news, I guess, for you lot, because there is going to be an impromptu Shark Day on Saturday. It's not going to be a Shark Week, but you will be able to spend this Saturday basically torturing the feck out of Will with a shark game that you've never seen and I've never played. And I don't know, maybe we'll do like a depthanarium or something. I don't know. I need to make some plans. But that's not what we're talking about right now. That's not what we're talking about right now. Right now, it's story time. So, first day, we head on down to Portland. Fiona tried to take me to this lovely little like hidden cocktail bar. You know those like opening metal shutter basement doors you get, usually into like the space under pubs or bars. It was one of those, but it was a cocktail place. Looked fucking cool. We go down there, bam, they just closed. So this put us in a weird predicament of, we got into our hotel, which was kind of like like a kit.
Huh? Guess I forgot to resub at the beginning of the month. Work's been kicking my backside anyway.
Oh, well, Orchazini, coming in. I have stories aplenty. Knees weak, arms spaghetti. Coming in, friend, coming in. And thank you for 30 months, you feckin' legend. Alright, so the place we were staying at in Portland was this super feckin' cute, like, God. Kind of like a theme hostel type place. Not to be confused with theme hospital. I'm trying to remember the name of it now. It was the Crystal Hotel. AKA McMenamins. I'll bring it up on main screen so you can have a look at some of the stuff and things. And it was really fucking cool. Where are the... Give me the pictures! Give me the pictures! Ow! Oh, so these are all of them. Alright, let me see if I can find them. There's the crystal, right. Alright, well this isn't helping because it's just cycling through food and making me hungry. Alright. It was a gorgeous little space in Portland. Like I said, one part hostel, one part like cute themed space. The pièce de résistance of our little spot being that there was a mini pool-sized jacuzzi. I think they called it like it's like a soaking pool in the basement. Fiona told them it was our anniversary, so we got a free bottle of wine. But yeah, so that's where we stayed. The bar we wanted to go to was sadly closed, so we went up and around the block to see what we could find. Found a great little dive bar. Turned out there'd been this gig playing, so within about like 10 minutes of us sitting down and ordering a drink, we were making friends with some very drunk people pouring out of a gig, which did result in us getting a couple of rounds of shots bought for us. So we basically went hard from day one. Oh, okay. Salin's saying that the 6 Arms up the hill from the convention centre is another McMenamins property. Cool. Yeah. Well, we need to get our little passport, but it was like $35, and that's a lot of money. We ended up just having like a lovely feckin' night. Like we stayed out, made a bunch of friendos, and then like sat in the big pool, drinking wine and having a lovely evening. That was how we started off. Then came the aftermath. See, alongside drinking far too much, I also scoffed an edible, which was lovely. Like, I was drunk and high as balls in a giant jacuzzi. Like, what's not to like? However, I paid for this dearly the following day. As we were heading on over to our next location, thankfully, I started to turn several shades of green. So we stopped in at what was it, like a Burger King? Not the Burger King that gave me a magical crown. That comes later in this tale. We stopped at a Burger King, and I was so violently ill. I wish I had remembered the location we were at so I could send a personal thank you. Because let me tell you, that fast food toilet was the most spotless bathroom I've been in a long time. As someone who frequents a lot of bathrooms, wink. So I feel a little bit guilty, but I did clean up afterwards. Like, I'm not a complete and utter bastard. Yeah. Some more props. I'm spilling them out of my wallet. But from there we careened up through to the mountains, which was fucking gorgeous. I did my best to try and take snips where I could. So let me bring. I'll just bring them up on main screen. So these were the Portland hotel pictures. Me being a great big dork. Us being dogs together. I will say that in one of the little like roadside stores where I was just buying some Pringles for the road trip, I found these trans bots. Sadly, all they had was Roadster, And there was just something about this like knockoff. Hang on, let me go back to main screen. But a knockoff transformer called a Transbot. I had to buy it. It was $2. So what I'm going to try and do is once we're done with Spooky Halloween Gundams, I'm going to try and paint this up, make it kind of cool. Give this little brick a coat of paint. Yeah. And it's got a little back that spins round. Do 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 do. Also, this thing is a lot sharper than it looks, so I'm gonna take a feckin' sander to it. Just take the edges off so I don't cut my fingers open. It was $2. I had to get it. So yeah, I did my best to try and take photos from the car, just to give you all a little sense of. The mountains were gorgeous. And when we hit the Dust Bowl, I would come to appreciate just how pretty the mountains were, but we'll get to that in a bit. So we made real good time that day, and we stopped off at a little place called the Black Bear Cafe, just on the edge of like California and Oregon. Because basically you've got Washington, Oregon, which is where Portland's at, and then California. We stopped off at this cute little quaint cafe called the Black Bear Cafe, and whilst I'm sitting there, Fiona just starts turning several shades of grey. Because initially our plan had been to push through, try and get further, maybe even stay with some friends that evening. And I'm just watching Fiona go grayer and grayer. It turned out it was like brutal to the point of being sick heartburn. And whilst Fiona's trying to work out like how far they can drive from there, I'm just quietly being like, what is the cheapest place that's not riddled with bugs I can get nearby on my phone? But we feckin'. Did I get any pictures of it? Of course I did, because I'm a fucking dickhead. I hope Fiona took some pictures. So for those of you that caught the stream, that was from a place called, it was like the Strawberry... what was it, like Strawberry Field Inn or something like that. Heckin' affordable, and it was the cutest shit ever. Like, it was super twee. They had a fairy garden. They had this gorgeous little, like, fire pit area and hangout. And so, yeah, Fiona just had kind of like a recovery evening. We sat out on, like, a swing for two in the fairy garden and just nattered. It was fucking lovely. Oh, Bryce, Watto and welcome. Oh, I mean, Prolo. Sorry, jumping back to the Transbot. Yeah, I'll do this in proper trans flag colors. Because I think what I can do is I can tape over the windshield and then give it kind of like essentially like a white racing stripe down the side. Yeah, I think we can do that. Sorry. We had a lovely little time there. God, okay. Get distracted by thinking about doing robot stuff and lost my train of thought. Because I'm a dork! Yeah, so I think we did a straight shot then from Mount Shasta to LA. Think so? I don't know if Fiona is listening. I'm happy to be corrected. I'm realizing that my geography is falling away. And again, friends, you have to understand, Fiona did the driving. I still can't drive, not legally anyway. But Will, why can't you drive? Because I've always lived in places where I've had public transport or where owning a car has just been infeasible. Like, I guess this will only make sense to those of you from the UK, but like, unless you are a millionaire, there is no point having a car in central London. Hey, I mean, Bryce, I can always adjust the tunes. Or Duke of Dim, like I said, I've just lived in areas where learning to drive and owning a car have just been infeasible, so I haven't. Of course, this journey has definitely shown that I need to get my license and get things sorted, and I will.
Reactor online.
Again,
Sensors
money
online.
willing, touch wood.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Durry, what ho, friend?
What ho, Viking 64 friendo.
Cheers to you. Anyway, we get on down to LA. The place we were staying in LA was like, it was a functional hotel. nothing special, nothing fancy, but it was affordable, and it was within like it was within a sensible jaunt of the venue. We got in. I tried to contact a few friendos, but I didn't realise how wiped both Fiona and I were going to be. So one of our friends did actually come on over to meet us for a spot at dinner. We went through an incredible Mexican restaurant. God, yeah. And throughout the rest of it, it was like salsa and beer would basically become our North Star around LA. Although, honestly, we were in an area of LA called Burbank, which is near one of the smaller airports, and essentially north of Hollywood, or North Hollywood. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, it was very flat. LA's not a good city, but it's filled with people that I love and care about. So going there is always kind of a mixed bag of, I don't like the general area, but I love all the people that we get to see. But it's also, in fairness, like I didn't get out to see Eric. Sadly, I didn't get to see Alex or Octopimp. God. Nika was busy because, of course, it's spooky month, so all my friends now have a ton of... Anyone who's even vaguely spooky now has a ton of work. Oh, Bacon! Yeah, the infinite loading zone! Thank you! I completely forgot about that. Yeah, so this was my first time encountering the Dust Bowl properly, and I was amazed that there is a place on Earth that is literally one of those, like, repeating loading zones to cover when the engine is actually loading up interesting environments. Like, thankfully we took a different drive on the way back because we went over to Monterey, but, like, we left Oregon, we hit, yeah, kept going through I-5, and when we hit the infinite loading zone, it was just flat and miserable. Like, it was essentially like the same 4 or 5 assets just repeating. The draw distance was shite, so it was just... I had to keep checking to make sure we were moving. That's how, like, video game monotony that it was. Yeah, Lance, Desert Boss is real. But yeah, so, we made it down to LA, we saw friends for... Bubbles! Varbles, thank you for 30 months, friend. And a tier 2. Fucking legend, so thank you. So Vanderbeest, I don't know the highway specific, but I'll get to that in a second. Anyway, we hit LA, meet some friendos, have some dinner. Both Fiona and I crash hard. I do feel bad about the amount of friendos that we didn't get to see. And I said I wasn't going to talk about money stuff. I'm not going to talk about money stuff today. But we had to change a lot of our we had to change a lot of our, like, spots and the people that we got to see because of stuff and things, so I do feel a bit guilty about that. Anyway, so Saturday comes along, and it is time for Ben and Mandy's wedding. I believe their ship name was changed to Bendy, which cracked me up, and it was fucking lovely. They both looked absolutely wonderful. I should have known that a wedding officiated by a comedian with 2 people that do comedy marrying was going to be fucking hilarious, and it absolutely was. I could have done with the LA Sun fecking off. I felt a bit guilty that I kind of had to tuck myself to the side, because otherwise I would have burst into flames. But, like, the ceremony was beautiful, it was so funny. And Calderia, Watto and welcome. Coming in. Also, I was very thankful that, while I don't usually get invited to weddings, I assume because people look at me and go, either 1, he's going to rinse the free bar, or 2, he's going to be a fucking terror. Now, yes, both of those are fair estimations. There's been more than a few times where I've just wanted to say, I object! Because the wedding has been so fucking dull. This was not one of them. This was wonderful. So after vows and the ceremony, which was actually pretty to the point, Like, everyone just caught up and hung out. I was introduced to, please forgive me for this one, Mexican pasties. Empanadas? The Mexican pasties. Okay, not in the traditional sense, because it doesn't have the segmented stuff, but same kind of pastry, shitloads of tasty fillings, like, oh. Oh, Prolo, that is lovely of you to say. Bryce, I've not driven across Kansas, but I have driven through parts of Indiana, and that was just... Like we said, when we got out of LA, we were so happy to see mountains again. Jabbernaut, thank you kindly. They were delicious, so we had a load of those. There was a parfait and loads of free drinks. There was actually booze left over. Which surprised me, but hey, we helped. Yeah, so we just got to catch up. In a strange kind of quirk, Mandy, Ben's partner, was someone that I didn't know directly. Like, I mean, Mandy kept joking that it's like this parasocial relationships become social. I was like, nah, like, we friendos, but it's lovely to actually meet people in the real. Ended up making loads of friends on this trip, which was real happy. Yeah, it was just lovely to catch up with people. We saw Mikey, movies with Mikey. I keep forgetting the people names. Professor Shy Guy, who I haven't seen since, like, long before the plague struck. And it was great. When it came to cutting the cake, Mandy had teeny tiny little Animal Crossing... Shit, I've got pictures of this bit. Alright. So this was us on the way, and this was us hanging out. Yeah, I actually wore a proper shirt and everything. I was fancy smart. So this was our little angle. It's not a great photo, and when Ben does post some of the proper photos from the wedding, I will retweet them and stuff like that. But this was where we were hiding in the shade. Those people sat in the sun. How they did it, I will never know. But yeah, this was the thing I wanted to show you. For the top of the wedding cake, Mandy got them teeny tiny little Animal Crossing versions of each other, and it was the fucking cutest shit ever. Like, my crappy photography absolutely does not do this justice. Yeah, it's cute as. Oh, and Prolo, you should absolutely get Keyblades made. Now, I don't think I got a good picture of it, so I do apologise. That was us just hanging with everybody. The OG Jump Leads comic. Alright, I might actually have to go onto Mandy's Twitter to find the picture, because I need to show you... I need to show you this one. As soon as... Oh, yeah. So, friends, when it came time for cutting of said cake, you've probably seen that some families will have, like, a traditional, like, cake knife or something like that. What Mandy was handed can best be described as the little brother of Squall's gun swords from Final Fantasy VIII. It's not quite a C-axe because it's a bit bigger and a bit pointier, but... yeah, it was a threat tier knife. And it was feckin' brilliant. Feckin' brilliant. Also, one individual did manage to, when they cut the cake and then lifted the knife aloft, managed to find, queue up, and perfectly play the Final Fantasy victory music. It was feckin' great. Also, friends, for those of you who have been listening to Game of Rassilon, I got to meet all the Rassilon peoples, and they were feckin' cool. But yeah, the venue itself was a boba tea place, which they managed to get for the whole day. So it was real cute. Like, we had the inside of the store for like the food and booze and stuff, and then the outside was where the ceremony was. It was really pretty. The reason I say it is because the whole place was decorated with stuff that was both Ben's and Mandy's. So Jump Leads, for those who don't know, is a comic that Ben wrote. And I think season 1's been turned into like an audio play or something. I'm fingers crossed. I keep being like, hey Ben, I want to do a voice. So I might get to be in Jump Leads in the future. Don't know. But also like this little setup. So like in the middle there's like a Ben and Mandy Funko. And there's all the Animu stuff with Mandy's. And you don't need to know who Worms Worms the Director's Cut Mint Boxed Edition was. Jabbernaut saying claymores are far more effective for cake cutting. Jabbernaut, we're not looking for DPS on the cake here. At that point, you really want some casters. Jackie, we will be doing a Worms tournament when Ben has bandwidth, but maybe this month, next month. This month we have the Gundam building contest, and next month is Return to Redacre. So maybe we'll do a Christmas Worms Miracle, a December Worms Throwdown. CPS, cake per slice. Feckin' yo. And this was the outdoor display. Huh. Sorry, I read that as Appa taking a long snooze. Thank you kindly for the follow. The little locked box there, it's very cute. That was Mandy's previous cat, who was named after the two bravest men they knew. So in that box is Robocop. Two Robocops. I had to get clarification on the pronunciation here. It's not Robocop. It's two Robocops. Or Murph for short. Which I thought was very sweet. And I don't know if you can quite see it on the feed, but like the little Lupin the Third stealing a picture of Ben and Mandy is fucking cute. I didn't mean to take that photo. I was supposed to be taking a picture of something. Yeah, and of course, I had to get a photo of me and Ben with the Worms Director's Cut, because, yo. Let's see what else is. Oh, okay. So, the wedding was lovely. Denny says it's jarring on a 50-inch telly. I'm not sorry. So, the wedding was lovely, and as they'd said, like, they had the place until 5, so it was like anyone that stuck around, like, help take down. You know me, I'm a LARPer. You know, you don't go to the party if you don't expect to help with takedown. That's fine. What we didn't expect was the father of the bride to be like, "Hey, there's some leftover beverages. Do you want any to take with?" And we were like, "Oh, I mean, sure, we'll help," because we drove. Dude gave us a bin bag of beer, a literal, honest to goodness, honking great big bin bag filled with beers, and also water, which is very good for the drive. Actually, a few of them made it back. So we got to present caffeine with like, "Here, we have brought you beers from the Southlands." They were real nice. Then we had a little bit of time to kill before we went on out to the official after party. And I just got to show you. I don't know if I got a photo of the place on the outside. God, what was it called? Hey, Fiona! Let's see if my phone remembers. Because it wasn't Last Call, it was something else. My dumbass did not take a photo of the outside of this bar, and it is genuinely important for the story. What was it called? What madness has it wrought? Where was it? Ah! Got it. Yeah, so the place we went to for the after party was this, Idle Hour, and yes, it is a gigantic whiskey barrel. So this was the afters. There's the inside the barrel. But no. We didn't drink in the barrel. That's for plebeians. We drank inside of this dog. So out the back of the barrel in the outside area is what used to be an ice cream and tamale stand that's been converted into like a little private private space for hire. And we were in there, and oh boy, it was wonderful. Also, because the way the acoustics were inside the dog, because of how it had been paneled, you could hear anyone who was directly across from you perfectly. It's fucking great. And we hung out, we drank there. You know, I got to meet a lot of Maddie and Ben's friends proper, and it was just lovely. My photo doesn't really do it justice, because it makes it look like this dog is both shocked and surprised by my existence and smoking a fatty, whereas actually it's a corncob pint. It's not a fatty bibalani. And that was a lovely, lovely part. It was just finally getting to meet a lot of people that I knew digitally. We ended up staying later than a lot of people. I think because most of the other people at the after party were like the wedding party, and they'd been up since like 7 o'clock in the morning. So they slowly trickled out. We kept drinking with a couple of Mandy's friends. They wanted to know how to stream things on the internets, and I was like, oh hell, I'd do to stream things. Although I did have one of those moments where the person was asking me a lot of questions. I was like, oh well, you know, what do you do? And they showed me their like photography page, and it's like 150,000 people on Instagram, and I just went like, are you sure? Yeah, Vanderbeest. It was essentially a dog bar. A dog inside a bar. Apparently there are 3 other locations that we need to find, but that's the challenge for the future. And Biggs, Watto and welcome. I'm telling stories. And it was lovely just being out in the world and talking to people. There was a little bit of the LA about it. But, you know, you're drinking in LA, what do you fucking expect? Like, there was 2 people that walked in full Joker and Harley costume with their massive dog. I couldn't even pass the reasonings and the why. And there was a squad of people with like bucket hats, which was very strange. Vanderbeest, I will assume that I get an achievement for finding all other locations. Yes, I will. But yeah, we stayed up late, had a feckin' great night. Next day, we went to Game Dude! Again, Fiona's got a bunch of really good pictures of it, but it's basically this gigantic retro game store. There was very little that they did not have. Like even the Zelda demo disc for the GameCube, and a used, but look at that box, copy of Front Mission Gun Hazard, which is one of my favorite games of all time. I do have a copy, both a boxed one in storage and an unboxed one. Yeah, they have the Megamans. I wish I'd taken more pictures, but unfortunately the place was so fucking awesome I kept getting distracted. And here was the thing. Hang on, I've got some better pictures of the... Nope, that's Fiona's turn. Some better pictures of the environment. So like all around the edge, it's all like 90s games posters and stuff like that. It's feckin' cool. I had to get a picture of the Maximum Carnage and stuff like that. But while we're hanging out and having a natter, I spotted a very rare game. And Mandy went, shut up, I'm getting that for you. Which was a lovely gift. I mean, to those of you that saw the TikTok probably already saw it, but look what Mandy got me. I'll wait for the reactions. Try not to... Yep. Sealed boxed copy of original Monster Hunter on the PlayStation. Or PS2, but you know what I mean. Like... And that was what Mandy gave to me. I'm like... Fucking yo! And it was really nice because even though we did have to get on the road that day, like, we got to have, like, a little morning to spend time with Ben and Mandy outside of the mania of, like, wedding stuff and things like that. It was really nice. It was really nice. Although it did just basically boil down to, and then Will and Ben made jokes about... And then Will and Ben made jokes about video games for 1,000 hours. Yeah, after that, we got on the bounce. We got to take a completely different route out of LA towards Monterey, which was lovely. Avoiding the Dust Bowl meant we actually had some trees and some scenery and some things to look at, which was really nice. Trying to think what happened. There's that thing of, like, there was a lot of Ninja Sex Party played throughout the journey and a lot of sing-alongs. But it was definitely that point where I think for both Fiona and myself, like, it kind of all started to blend a little bit. We almost stopped at what was supposed to be a roadside dinosaur park. Thankfully, Fiona vetoed it because as we kept driving and we actually saw what was the dinosaur park, it was 2 shitty plastic dinosaurs about yay high in a picnic table. So bad. Although somewhere outside of Monterey, there was a person whose entire backyard was covered in life-sized-ish dinosaur statues, and I was like, why isn't that a place we can go? Okay, Wolfgrad, you joke, but finding out that Monterey is actually fucking riddled with sharks. So we went to go visit one of Fiona's friends in Monterey. Monterey is also where I was born. For those of you who don't know the story, I was born in the US, but I was moved over to the UK when I was a wee baby, like when I was like 1 year old. So I've got no memories of the fucking place. But it was still, I don't know, it was still something that I wanted to do, like go see it. Hang on, I can bring this up on screen so you can see a little bit of... I was a bit more mindful to take pictures, but I was also having like an introspective...
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Olo. Hope the wedding was as great as it looked.
It was, Ben, it was. I'm so sorry we didn't get to see you. I was lamenting with people... okay, I also said, I'm not talking about money stuff today, but it sucked that we ran out of time and cash to go see everybody. Like, that sucked. And it was yourself, and Jimmy, and Star St. Germain, and feckin' Aaron Hawaii, and Bacon Avenger were all the peeps we had to cut from the last leg. Sucked. So yeah, so I got to go to Monterey. We went to a nearby beach and actually got to see a sunset, things like that. But we were visiting and staying with Fiona's friend, which is good because we didn't have to get a room for that night. And I joked about my fear of sharks, and she's like, nah, it's actually legit. There are shark attacks like weekly. And she was quick to point out, like, it's not like the sharks are out there just straight up killing people, but like, you know, they bite through surfboards, they swim past swimmers. Because while I will always joke that sharks are smooth as hell because it annoys people that like the ocean, sharks actually have skin like brutal sandpaper, and if they brush past you, they will take a layer of skin off. Then you're having a bad time. But yeah, their partner works for the Coast Guard. Fiona's friend's partner works for the Coast Guard, and like legitimately, the amount of times they have to go out to pick people up post shark attack, it's weekly. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Why would my fucking birthplace be Sharkageddon? It's riddled! Fiona would later scare the absolute hot piss out of me. There we are at the beach. We didn't see any seals, but we had a good look. There was one fucking majestic seagull, so I had to take a picture. And look at him. So majestic. Yeah. Got to see the coastline where I was born. And then in the evening, we went down to Cannery Row, which is one of the tourist spots in there. It was the only place I'd heard of before going over there, so I wanted to go down there. I didn't take a picture of it because it fucking moved, but there was a shark t-shirt company nearby, that specialise in just shark-themed attire. Thankfully closed as we went past it. Otherwise, I'm sure Fiona would have tortured me. But outside of the store, they had a life-sized kind of like, I don't want to say street shark because it was a bit more swollen up, right? But they had a man shark. A huge man shark outside the store. And then as we were coming back from dinner, the man shark was missing. Fiona scared the fuck out of me. I was like, where'd it go? Where'd it go? And Fiona goes, oh my god, it's over there! Grab me. And I did that thing that cats do when you startle them and they go straight upwards. Oh, that's lovely. C22 says that their Seattle aunt and uncle were heavily involved in the first opening of the Monterey Aquarium. Lovely place. Plenty of fiberglass shark models. Look, I saw the opening to the Monterey Aquarium. And I just imagine it's just a door that drops you into the fucking sea. Perios, I don't know if they had a t-shirt saying Sharks the Memories, but as the captain of the Alone in the Shark vessel, I feel that we are doing well. Oh, and to Veganado, Jackie and a bunch of people did a huge subtrain earlier, which I'm just trying not to think about because it was massive. But yeah, so we actually went down, had a look at Cannery Row, and had a little potter around. Went to a nice place that did like some seafood and some stuff, and it was real cool. Oh yeah, so and Splash Cup. So yeah, so we stayed in Monterey for the evening. Fiona got to catch up with a friend. I got to kind of, you know, have a breather, have a little look about. It was a weird feeling, not in a bad way, but it's like, how are you supposed to feel about a place that's, you know, where you were born, but you have no ties to? Do you know what I mean? I wasn't really sure what to feel. So I filled it full of pasta and wine. I did find myself on the journey the next day, kind of like DMing a lot of friends, and even sober, just being like, "Hey, you know, it's lovely to have you with." Yeah, it's an interesting one, you know. Give me some more tunes. Thank you. The next day was essentially we're going to drive for as far as we can. Alright. I'm only going to talk about money a little bit. So I don't want you all to think I'm because you know what it was pretty much as we were coming out of Monterey in the morning, we realized we did not have even close to as much cash as we thought we had. Thankfully, some friends helped us out, so we were able to find a place to stay. But we had to make the choice the next day to just bomb on through. Because initially, we had planned to go see everybody in San Francisco before heading up to... Fiona wanted to go see the last Blockbuster in Bend, Oregon, which would have taken us past quite a few friendos. We had to... Oh, I'll get to that in a second. We had to wizard veto that one because basically a lot of my security deposits for the places we've been staying were being held longer than... So I looked in my accounts and we had like $100 to rub together to get from Monterey to Seattle. Again, friendos helped us out, and I will be putting myself in at least mental harm's way to help try and make grocery money for this week. Like I said, you all will get to laugh at me playing shark games on Saturday, so it's going to be a banger. Lagmeister, yes, the Sharkman statue did have a surfboard. And then, when he was missing, I thought I was going to end up in a Five Nights at Freddy's situation. I don't know about sunglasses. I wasn't looking hard enough. Did you find them, Lagmeister? Are they behind me? No, that's just Lord Calcium Bonio. Calcium Bonio's been looking after the place where they've gone. Well, Lagmeister, chuck it in Discord. I guess in IRL and Discord, so I can have something to put a face to the nightmares. But what we did do was, while we weren't able to see C222 or Jimmy or Star or a bunch of people we wanted to see in San Francisco, Fiona had never been to the Golden Gate Bridge, so we drove across it. I stepped out of the car, and within 2 seconds, someone complimented me on my shirt of "Leave me out of your non-fudgeable horse shit," which I hadn't even considered, but of course, I assume anyone living in San Francisco right now is ready to drown every crypto knobhead. So I got compliments, which was real nice. And yeah, so we took like 2 or 3 minutes just to hang out at the observation point. We weren't at the side that has the fortress. We were at the other side. And it was real cool. And there were loads of people, and we're like, whoa! Obviously, C222, if you want to point to where your house is at this point, you know, I'm sure it's easy and visible. And it was real good. And then the goal from there was like, all right, how far can we make it? And we did pretty good. We made it from San Francisco back up towards Mount Shasta way. And we found an affordable hotel that, I mean, it wasn't, we found an affordable motel. It wasn't nice, but it was comfortable, and they had a hot tub. So we got to, well, it was more for Fiona than myself, because Fiona, of course, was doing all the driving, but Fiona got to, like, soak the muscles, which was nice. So we cracked into the beers left over from the wedding here, which was real nice. I will say, I mean, and this was as Fiona's opinion as well as myself, like, it was fine, but it got dark so fast while we were in the mountains. It was like somebody fucking turned the lights off, and that area became scary as shit. Like, trucks not giving a hot fuck combined with people driving like lunatics. So yeah, we found this place. Yeah, gave us semi-decent night's sleep, but it, yeah, had a place up soak. We actually got to be people for a bit and breathe, which was very needed. I know Fiona's arm had started to hurt from just the driving and stuff, so they had an honest to goodness tractor in the little picnic area. Like, that's a real tractor. I don't know if it's used for anything or if it's just a display tractor. So yes, I did get drunk with a tractor that night.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh no.
I swallowed an entire book filled with synonyms today. It gave me thesaurus throat.
Ah! Puns. You lovely terror. Thank you. And that's 45 months. Fucking yo. Even if that did do me a little damage there. Yeah, Vanderbeast, I got tractor drunk. So yeah, we hung out there in the morning. The air quotes breakfast was just a sad 2 pieces of bread and some jam. So we went, feck it. We ended up back at the same Black Bear Cafe in the morning, which Fiona has a lovely photo of. And then it was back on the road. And yeah, coming up through coming up the specific way we did, we actually got like gorgeous views like this, which was much needed. We tried to stop at a BK and get some stuff. Fiona managed to get some chicken fries, and when I went back, everything was deserted and all the signs were being reset.
Wait, that's the only pic of the tractor? That feels more like a trailer.
Well, it's not the only pic of the tractor. I think. Where's my pictures? Darn it, Perios. Where's my dumb ass? I don't know. I guess that is the only picture. Oh, there we go. There was us being nice and fancy at the Black Bear Cafe. So that was the morning. And Pun Spectre, thank you for the 200 bits, friend. You didn't mean to make a protracted joke. Anyway, we hit the Burger King. Everything starts getting feckin' weird. But I decided to go and grab a Burger King crown because Fiona got one and didn't get me one. I would proceed to wear this crown for a great many hours in the car because for some fucking reason, while we were making this beeline up from Shasta all the way to Seattle, for some reason, when I put on the crown, people got out of the way. So any times we were there, like in the fast or the HOV lane, and people would be doing their best impression of, as soon as I popped the crown on, people fucked off. So I wore that crown throughout a large proportion of the journey. Not even joking. Oh, and Pun Spectre, it's so good to be back. I've missed you all. Like, no joke, this crown had powers, which resulted in me taking this, which might be one of the better photos of my life. Except for when Aperios gets feckin' on it and did this. Problem was, this photo and Photoshop is so good, and it was the only thing I could think of to post for today's stream. So you win this round, Aperios. You win this round. Anyway, we buzzed a beeline back and made it back to a very, very excitable Amos. And honestly, like, a large proportion of that last bit of the run was a bit blurry. Like I said, we're both a little sad that we didn't get to go to the last blockbuster, and I'm super sad we didn't get to see people. Because again, like, we had so many friendos we were going to see, like Bacon, Aaron Hawaii. Those were the other peeps in Oregon we were hoping to see. But yeah, we ran out of money and we ran out of time. So I don't know, Vanderbeest. You can come up with a Will and Amos adventure story. So during our road trip, congratulations to all the people playing Blight of the Immortals. Not only did we win, but do you want to guess who got the most zombie kills? This guy! I basically built a fortress of Feckery and then just taunted all the zombies until they died against my city gates. It was fucking good. I will say, like, friendos, if you all want to start another game of Blight of the Immortals, we can do. Like, Caffeine's out and about sorting real people stuff, but we can do another. Yeah, Pun Spectre, we just did a little, like, Helm's Deep down in my one castle. I feel bad because, like, you ended up... The first time we played, you got the aftermath of what I fought in that one. Okay, down into saying that the Will album's called Rough Rhymes. Pun Spectre with Rough Start. Sadly, Doggy Dog has already been claimed. Yeah, video game news has been weird and all over the place. Like, it's been a feckin' journey. I don't know if you all want to talk about that. I think I've told you all of the stories from the road. I now have a crap load of friends on Instagram. I just can't see myself posting. Oh, you. Oh, Stadios, amigos. Yeah, Stadia announcing their closure before they even told the people who are making Stadia games. That was fucking wild to see that unfurl. Oh, and Dory, I'm really glad you enjoyed Blight of the Immortals. We'll definitely do another game. Maybe we'll start the game tomorrow morning. How about that? Dead says, just before you move on, can I ask how you got out of the cursed bridge? I'm not sure what you mean, dead idiot. I apologise if this is the setup to a joke and it's going... That's what noise planes make. Also, Hookshot, whoop whoop. So Hookshot, are you done with PAX Australia? Are you doing PAX Australia? Yeah, so Bryce the Robot, yeah, jumping back to the whole, like, Stadia explosion. Like, you know, a team that had literally that day launched a Stadia title. The fact that Tequila Works were being paid to make a Stadia exclusive by Google, not being told before the announcement. Like, it was fucking wild. I'm scrolling back up on game news for a few of the bangers, because there's so many things to talk about. No really big, like, aside from that one, but... Okay. Okay, so Hookshot is at GCAP, hung out with Osama and Zalavid, doing a load-in today for PAX. Alright, well, Hookshot, give him a love if you see him, and have a fucking great PAX Australia. Like, I'm not saying you have to go, I just wanted to make sure I said that before you gotta make a move. And yeah, so to my understanding, Stadia is not shut down, but the shutdown is coming like this year, beginning of next year. Like, it's a whole thing. Oh, Dead Idiot, the cursed fridge of TikTok. Well, who says I'm even the same will? Okay, that cursed fridge was actually plugged in, though. Like, that was some heinous stuff. Okay, so Varble says formal shutdown is in January. Thank you, Varbles. Oh, no! Sorry, friends. So, Hookshot, as I said, is over at... so, GCAP's kind of a games industry event that happens right before PAX Australia. Mainly because if people are having to make the trip to Australia, they might as well bundle everything together. Easier to get more games industry friendos in one place. But Hookshot's saying they woke up 2 hours early today because their body clock was like, must take care of the baby. And then realizing like, oh wait, there's no baby here. Oh, God. So jumping back in, so Vanderby says they have a friend who's working on Stadia at Google, and she got up and found out her project was cancelled. No. So the Googlers are being moved around to new projects already. Okay. I mean, Google's abandoning of like classy products is a well-documented phenomenon. You know? And there was already rumblings that Google was switching Stadia to a product they wish to sell. Yeah, Jackie, there's the killed by Google list. I mean, it was another product that wasn't created with either developers or consumers in mind, and yeah, it stank from the initial announcement, but they had infinite money, so I don't blame any of the studios who were jumping on that bandwagon, and hopefully, you know, they got paid up front by Google. I just hope they're able to articulate their games onto other platforms, because that was what, I mean, we talked about that last year. Like, that's the fucking play when you're dealing with Stadia. Get an exclusive deal, get them to pay you up front, and create a title that can be ported, that can be released on other platforms easily. Yeah, Farbles, I'm also impressed with Phil Harrison's ability to fail up. Like, I wish I could fail that hard and get a promotion. Well, actually, I've failed pretty much at life and then met you lot, so it's not unfair to say that I failed up, considering how much I love doing this. But that's another kettle of monkeys. It was so wild that there was no comms out ahead of time, that it was all just Google made the announcement, didn't tell any partners or game devs. Like, game devs will remember. What else has been going down? Shenmue got cancelled after its first season. Apparently there's a remaster of Horizon Zero Dawn. I haven't been able to check on that one as hard as. And there was a lot more site... yes, these are words. There were a bunch of games industry and games media sites that basically got bundled together. So that was fascinating. Well, yeah, and Wolfgrad, I mean, that sounds peak for most tech companies. This is what's so fascinating is you encounter these tech companies and they have infinite money. So they hire people to do these projects and to set up game teams internally. And then they end up tech companying, managing them into the ground. And then kind of stand around and go, oh, I don't know how this happened. I mean, Amazon Game Studios is a perfect fucking example. I'm still amazed to this day that New World even came out. EO was saying that a few months ago they were asked to evaluate Google's cybersecurity platform, and they wanted to and it was warned about their history of support, when Stadia closed, just sent him an email saying, "See." So friends, do we want to talk about Overwatch 2 yet, or do we want to just leave that alone? Because, like I told you, Overwatch was killed for me during the before times kind of angle. I've not been able to get back into that since the whole EC thing. It fucking ugh. On the plus side, though, a very good friend of mine did get me ringleader of the shit show socks for all that fuckery, and I still wear them proudly. Yeah, so far was the two-factor authentication as a requirement to be able to play Overwatch 2 is kind of fascinating. Blizzard has a long history of attempting things that seem great intellectually and absolutely keel over when they are rolled out on a large scale. For those of you who don't remember, Blizzard did a thing called Real ID ages back, where the initial plan was going to be that it had to be your people name attached to your account. This was partially to homogenize their Battle.net systems, but also essentially to create an amount of accountability and combat toxicity. It did not go down well. It went down very poorly. So this isn't the first time that Blizzard done that dance. God, the stuff over Disco Elysium was fascinating. It was a great reminder of it's always important to wait until you have as many facts as you can before talking about stuff in the games industry. Because there was a report that 3 people from the Disco Elysium team had been fired. And everyone was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe this has happened!" And then as things unfurled, it turned out that those 3 people hadn't actually been working there for a year. And they were... What was it? They were involuntarily let go. So, they were let go without the choice, which doesn't matter creatively, but does matter in an HR sense. The difference between being let go, but you have no choice, and being fired is very different. But that's another story. A lot of drama came out about that one, and there was a lot of discussions about, support people, not studios, and things like that. Also, there's not going to be a Disco Elysium sequel. They've already said they're working on something completely different. Oh, and Hookshot, I think you and I have talked about it offline, or off the airwaves, but the stuff that came out and happened in Amazon Game Studios, there are games that never even got announced that I saw and died. And it did make me chortle. Wraith posted that Beyond Good and Evil has overtaken Duke Nukem Forever as the longest in-development title. Let's have a look. Okay, there was some feckin' weirdness about a game called Chaos Head Noah. Chaos Head Noah got rejected. It got rejected for classification. It got rejected for release on Steam. Oh, and sorry, Watto and welcome. Oh, C222, you still got your Crucible shirt. I wish I'd gotten one from Smedley's game. That would have been feckin' great. And I've been trying to dig into the thing that happened around Chaos Head Noah. Suffice it to say, Steam will not be releasing that. And that is weird because Steam are incredibly relaxed about what they do and don't release. But apparently it's still launching on Switch, which is very odd. Also, it seems that incredibly troubled publisher P-Cube have been involved, at least specifically on the localization. So we'll see some more on that one. It was very strange to see Steam of all people say no, we're not going to release that. And not to throw in an intellectual. All right, you just have to forgive me a swear here. An intellectual shit show. But a fascinating thing happened, I guess this week, in that a tattoo artist won a copyright lawsuit against Take-Two. So I don't know wrestling, so you'll have to forgive me for how idiotic this is going to possibly sound. But a wrestler by the name of Randy Orton has 6 tattoos on their personage inked by a tattoo artist by the name of Catherine Alexander. When Randy became featured in WWE 2K, Catherine contacted 2K and said that they would need to get a licensing agreement for her designs. To the tune of $450. That was how much Catherine Alexander asked for from 2K to be able to license her designs. They said no, so she took them to court and won. Now, what's fascinating about this is that there has been a situation of this in NBA 2K, in which case the publisher actually won their lawsuit against the artist. However, in this time, it was the artist that won. And it's brought up an interesting conversation about image rights. So, if I sell my image rights to Take-Two, what does that constitute? And this is where the discussion's been kind of fascinating. Because the tattoo artist has made the point that the art that they drew on Randy, good old Randy, was original artwork, then tattooed across his visage. That was her artwork put onto his form, but it was not sold to him with licensing rights. And I find that kind of fascinating. Can we call this the Randy art? We sure as shit can. And if this sets a legal precedent, we call it the Randy Act. Randy versus his face. Well, and so this is where it all gets into an interesting little bundle. Now, so C222, I don't disagree that photographers and artists have also sued tattoo artists before. When it comes to that sphere, it's so far out of what I understand. I don't want to go into it too hard. But, I mean, all I can say is that from a gaming standpoint, so, alright, if you look around this little window here, like, you've got the back of the boat, you've got the table down here, even the friendo up in the corner and stuff like that, and the big kaiju shark bursting out the water and breaking the boat and things like that. So I work with an incredible artist, Banter, who's just fucking phenomenal. But when I commission the artwork for the Longship, I buy that, and it's essentially its usage. So it's not that I'm licensing it from Banner. I am paying for their time, and I'm buying that art. It is Longship. It is ours. When it comes to tattoos, unless you specifically have it in writing that you have bought the design, you might not own it. See, take for example this. Who owns this image? The answer is question, because this is the symbol of the eye there. Now, I can have it on my personage, but if you put Will DLC into a video game, and that other video game didn't have a licensing agreement from the Blackout Club, then we're into some messy nonsense. Well, so Lance, we're just articulating off the back of the tattoo artist who sued Take-Two and won.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Almost halfway to that half whatever, good times.
Hey Shift, it's 4 years. Unless the Longship has an official time limit of 8 years, we're doing good. Yeah. But, sorry, the reason why I wanted to touch on this one... Sorry, Hey Shift, I'm all over the place. Hey Ship, thank you for 4 years of subs. I hope you're doing well. I've been telling road stories, and we're just catching up on the game news. And after that, I have a gorgeous game I want to show you. We're going to be playing a game called Cloud Gardens after this. We're just going to be growing some cute as shit plants. It's going to be awesome. But yeah, the reason why I wanted to talk about this one was because some people were very concerned that this was going to open up a new round of like copyright strikes or extra loops to jump through and things like that. It's not. We're okay. But it does mean that even a company as powerful as Take-Two can't just brute force it. They don't just own other people's art because it's on something. Lance was saying that CM Punk famously has a G.I. Joe and a Pepsi tattoo that were removed from his in-game model when he appears in wrestling games. Yup. Oh yeah, so yeah, Wolfgrad, no, you're entirely correct. If it was a tattoo of like Mickey Mouse or some big IP, Take-Two wouldn't even bother. Yo!
RPG Legends, Baldur's Gate and Beyond was just purchased for $20.
Like, you lot haven't been fucking amazing already today. So if you didn't see it earlier today, there was a double red bit drop, which I've not recovered from. And we managed to get, what was it, like 70% through level 7. Because they now, so if you didn't see it, hype trains now have no upper limit. Yeah, Varbles, I was just having a look at that bundle. Also, thank you kindly. So the thing that Varbles picked up is, oh man, that slaps. Planescape Torment, Icewind Dale, Baldur's Gate, Baldur's Gate 2. Also, Coupon on Mythforce. And Neverwinter Nights as well. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Back in your... Oh, sorry, here's me being a terrible friendo. Oh, okay, so it wasn't you, Varbles. Darn it! I nearly thanked the wrong person. And I think the Serious Sam bundle's still up as well. There's some good bangers in there. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on the tattoo stuff because it's actually a win for the artist, and it's a nice little like, hey, big publisher, you can't just take other people's art because you say so. I mean, at this point, a professional wrestler that doesn't own the rights to the ink that they get, that's a whole kettle of monkeys right there. But that's another story. Company Heroes. Ooh! So, Favor 6, this is the old Neapolitan question. And also, Favor 6, thank you for 100 bits. Because I'm very fucking grateful right now. Is the lyrical answer to stop A, in the name of love, B, hammer time, or C, collaborate and listen? Yeah, and Lance, you're spot on. So, like, you could get something licensed tattooed on your personage, and you're fine. If there was then a Lance Icarus model in a video game, especially one that's a commercial video game, I mean, if it makes money in any way, and you have a, I don't know, yeah, you have a giant Mickey Mouse tattoo on your back, the mouse could then say, hey, that's our iconography, that's our IP that you're using in-game. Like, even though it's your likeness, it's still an in-game asset. Continental breakfast time! Hookshot, does that mean you're making a trundle? Because if so, have a lovely breakfast, have an incredible rest of your PAX friend. And yeah, if you see industry friendos, you tell them we say hi. Let's see, what else is in game news? Both Company Heroes and the Hitman 3 roguelike mode have been delayed. Alright, will you indulge me just a tiny rant? It's a tiny rant. Promise, just a little one. Just a tiny one. Oh, and Hookshot, yeah, have an absolutely feckin' great time. CD Projekt Red have announced that they are doing another Cyberpunk game, alongside a bunch of other stuff. And from what I can see is that with the success of the Netflix Cyberpunk show, CD Projekt Red have begun announcing a lot of products, and there's been a genuinely positive user sentiment towards this. My little rant goes like thus: both them and feckin' Actibliz, and also Naughty Dog, who we have documented evidence of them engaging in some brutal crunch time towards these titles, and now going like, hey, we're making more games even quicker. Everyone's like, yay! Like, if you ever want to know why, like, AAA crunch continues to happen, it is because, like, these teams wait for just enough of a positive sentiment boost before doing some announcements, and I'm just like, yeah, CD Projekt and the Red Flags should be the title of it. Okay, and before we get too much into the mess, because Wolfgrad was saying, what if you design your own tattoo, sell your likeness for in-game use, but not the rights to your tattoo design? If you drew that tattoo, and you were not, and it was not part of the agreement with your licensing rights, then yes, you absolutely can. Now, usually a smart company will make sure that that is all sewn up within that contract, but yeah. Oh yeah, Hookshot, that's a good point. Cult the Lamb won a bunch of awards last night. We'll probably start our run of Cult the Lamb maybe next week after. I wanted to make sure that Camille has a chance to kind of get stuck in with us when we play that, because they very kindly gifted me the game. Also, to Durry and those of you that haven't played Deathloop yet, they just added some new additional content and I think an expanded ending, and it's totally worth your time. It's totally worth your time. But yeah, no, sorry. I wanted to have a teeny tiny rant about just how the AAA game cycle allows big companies to kind of get away with some shady stuff. I saw on TikTok a little reminder of one of the things that came out of Activision Blizzard with all of the poor working condition suits and things like that, was that we still haven't gotten a resolution on who was stealing breast milk from the fridge at Actibliz. Someone did that. Someone in the Actibliz offices stole somebody else's boob milk. That's a thing that happened. And I'm just like, what? Just gonna leave that one? Anyway, currently it does seem like Overwatch 2 is having a very shaky start. It's one of those properties that's much, much larger than just games and gaming space, so annoyingly, it doesn't matter what we think or discuss about it. It's going to succeed. It would have to tank very hard to fail. Right now, they're currently experiencing a DDoS attack, which is unfun. But it is what it is. All the other stuff. Yeah. But, Prolo, I agree with, I believe it was yourself that said earlier, like, let's give Overwatch 2 a little chance to breathe and settle before we start critiquing. I mean, and in the meantime, you can play Gundam Evolution. You can play the guilt-free, cruelty-free competitor. Was that not you? Sorry. I guess I'm still getting back into the swing of things. Everyone's been talking about Mario's arse for the upcoming film. That was quite entertaining. Someone online said that you're going to pull a Sonic the Hedgehog on Mario's butt. I'm going to be like, yeah. Some of us played the Mario DDR game. We know the plumber's got cake. And if the film adaptation of Super Mario Brothers is not going to represent that, then it's time to mobilize, friends. It's Pyramid Head all over again. Yeah, we got to take him back. Bryce says, cruelty-free games based on a property very much focused on child soldiers, but a property based on why war is bad. Like, at very least, you can kind of go into Gundam and be like, at least the message is, war's a bad thing. Very, very, very witty prolo. Very witty. But yeah, so, Megaboss, I don't disagree with your statements. And a lot of the points that y'all are putting forward on Overwatch 2. But let's give it a couple of days to kind of breathe. You know, we're not in the process of harping on a game just because of. You know? And every game's got the possibility to be brilliant. Yeah, Catastrophes, Splatoon 1 servers on the Wii U are still running. Yeah, you know what? We've covered Overwatch. I had my tiny rant. Moving on. I finally saw the first episode of The Witch from Mercury last night, which is the new Gundam series. And it is doing the... It's doing the schoolyard stuff. So, it's Gundam Academy. And it's good. It's good. However, if you've seen the prologue to The Witch from Mercury, you'll know that they have no qualms in being fucking brutal. So, no idea where it's going to go. Currently, you can watch The Witch from Mercury on Crunchyroll. I don't know if it's available anywhere else. I have not looked. Probably should do that. Like, excuse you, Windows. Yelling at everyone. God, I think that's the long and short of it, friends. Oh yeah, I didn't show you my cool rock. There's my cool rock. I got some rocks from Monterey because, I don't know, I was getting very wistful and I was like, you know, it's not like I need the dirt from my birthplace to have my powers, but it felt like the thing to do. I have multiple Ben and Mandy stickers, which I will be attempting to find a place to put these. I was joking. I'm sure we've all experienced this. I was joking that whilst I have no qualms in getting a tattoo, like, spontaneously or while drunk, when it comes to putting stickers on things, I am incredibly like, oh shit, you know, I only get to do this once. What if I fuck it up? If anyone can explain to me the logic behind that, I will be very, very grateful. Oh yeah, and I got like a little visitor's book from Monterey. I think that's the long and short of it for adventures and otherwise. I guess you're right, Megaboss. Stickers are more delicate. Was there any other video game news stuff that I have missed, dear friends? I'm going for like a speed scroll.
Lick the rock, Aperios needs more pictures.
I will not. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Sorry about that, friends. Hey!
I once again flex my sub to help my friendo. What ho, friendos?
And more than that, 4 years. 4 years of it.
4 years monetized.
We'll be hitting 5 next year. Oh my god. Let's not think about it. Let's not think about it.
Nope, doesn't exist. Doesn't exist yet.
Lagmeister, I haven't actually considered. I haven't actually considered putting googly eyes on a Gundam yet, but I might need to. Also, so Kai was asking about Unknown Number on Steam. I do have a copy of Unknown Number. I haven't had a chance to like look into it proper because I was just kind of catching up on everything this morning, and apparently it only came out a little while ago, but it looks fascinating, so I should be able to share it with you all. The game we're going to be playing today whilst we have a natter is called Cloud Gardens, because I really, really wanted to share it with you before I went to the LA road trip. But feckin' Twitch shat the bed, when was it? Last Wednesday? Which killed the entirety of my plan on that one. And then I couldn't stream. Like, I don't know if you all clipped any of the nonsense from Out and About. But, oh boy. No clips from, but basically like my face started like torting and twisting and coming out of all of this nonsense. Oh, sorry about that, friends. We're just checking in on a thing.
What ho? Sorry I'm late, just got back from getting my flu shot and Omicron boost, so I can hang out with friendos with slightly less anxiety now.
Yay! Although, brace yourself, Fearless. The friendos that I've spoken to who have gotten the newest booster, which we'll be getting very shortly, have said that it does not heck around. So, if you have had symptoms from the previous ones, GG no re. Also, thank you for the 200. Also, how are you doing? It's been 1,000 years, friend. It's Drango time! Hey, Dead Idiot Gaming, thank you for the lurk. It is sincerely appreciated. Hey, Catastros, it was lovely catching up with you, friend, and I hope you're doing well.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And Favor 6 has gifted a sub to the elephant in the room. Well, thank you kindly. I'm dealing with a different elephant in the room, if you'll forgive me for being multi-track Drifty Potato. Bryce was saying the booster flu shot killed him for a week in September, but now they're basically immortal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Okie dokie logies. So, before we get started, I hope you all have been having yourselves a lovely time while we've been away. To let you know our plans, I don't know what our game for tomorrow is going to be, because we have a few potentials, but I'm waiting on a press key for a thing. So I'm not ready to announce what we're doing tomorrow. Friday, Sea of Thieves! I have missed playing Sea of Thieves so much. I'll tell you what, friends, would you mind just bearing with me a second? I'm still here. I'm still narrating with you. I'm just gonna handle stuff and things very quickly. Sorry about this, friends. If you want to go grab a cup of tea or stuff, now is the time to do it. Okay, dokie. Sorry about this, friends. I'm so sorry about this, friends. Thank you all for waiting. Right! Harper Char! Right. Fearless, I say this with love and respect. It's kind of uncool to say about the other streams that you're watching right now. I'm doing my best here. We just had to deal with a small problem. I want to hear about what's going on with you. I don't want to hear about the other streams right now. I hope heading back to the gym this evening goes very well. Anyway, I have a gorgeous game to show you all. And Vulture Pony, what's her friend? And Mega Boss, congrats on kicking ass in Hyper Demons. I'm gonna be trying to do a lot more hand exercises over the coming weeks, so that hopefully I can join you all again in that space. It's been real hard not being able to play those games and join in with all of you lot. But okay, sorry. Problem is solved. Now let's do some cute games. Ooh. Maybe it's time to return to the water. Sorry, Durry's saying that new Barotroma has just dropped. The update for Barotroma. that has new tutorials and flat cannons. Oh, it's fine, mate. You're not gonna have to play it. I wonder how the flat cannons get loaded. So for those of you who haven't seen it, Barotrauma is a 2D hyper intricate submarine game, which is essentially like Chaos Q-op under the waves. And when I say like the amount of stuff that you have to do, so for example, just to fire a torpedo, you've got to make sure you have enough power going to the guns. You have to charge the railgun. You have to find a torpedo, load a warhead into the torpedo, load that into the railgun, then charge it, aim, and fire it. It's feckin' brilliant. Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's getting away from Space Station 13 now, and it's more of like a collaborative experience, but it definitely started like that. The clown class definitely shows that that's a setup. So that's a part of it. Okie dokie. Sorry about that. Now, who's ready to go make some pretty flowers? If you've got any more questions about, like, the trip and the adventures and what we got going on, but I've been weirdly excited to be playing Cloud Gardens with you all. I know it's a strange one to get excited for, but, like, legit. I mean, it's a post-apocalyptic gardening game. What's not to like?
Bop, ba-doo-ba dop ba-doo bop, ba-doo-ba dop ba-doo bop, ba-doo-ba dop ba-doo. Oh yeah, just purchased RPG Legends, Baldur's Gate and Beyond for £16.64.
I can't believe one of you just used the Humble Bundle setup to basically launch, like, psychological warfare against the rest of us. Who hurt you? Who feckin' hurt you? Alright. Let me just adjust the... Oh, God. Master volume just a bit. Okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no one was ready for Surprise Hansen there. Although, again, that Baldur's Gate bundle looks feckin' good. Oh, Megaboss, this is utterly gorgeous. This game is Cloud Gardens, and we are going to be using our deft hands to attempt to regrow these little snippets, these little dioramas that very much speak to being like, post-apocalyptic or like post-fall of mankind. But yeah, so sorry, as I was half saying, I'm really looking forward to getting back into Neon White and trying to finish that. And everyone's been kicking ass on Hyper Demon. It's been really cool to watch. And I wanna get back to that, but I know I need to do a lot more like stretches and hand exercises and things like that. I've gotten a couple of the old springy hand weights and things like that. And I'm hoping that since I've taken a bit of a break... Hello, bird. Oh no! Come back! My crow! Come back, crow. I wanna be your friend. I wanna be your friend, crow. Oh shit, that reminds me, we have a cactus in the car. We have a car cactus. Check out this cool little card. Hookshot has returned from breakfast. Welcome back, friend. So this is just the long and short of it. We place these creeping vines that grow, and then we add more objects to the environment to try and grow this stuff throughout it. So it's got a little bit of a puzzle game element to it, which I'm very happy about, but like... we essentially create these cute little dioramas as we're going through. And that's it, like, that's the game. And this is genuinely something that I wanted to share with you. Oh, nice! Hookshot said they met with some Unity folks yesterday and they're saying there's some internal resources for improving the lighting. Lovely! Alright, Megaboss, sleep well and have a lovely rest of your evening. And yeah, and Phyllis, this is a lovely, chill game. Like, the thing was, what was supposed to happen last Wednesday, before we went on the road, and in fact it was supposed to happen on Tuesday as well, but Outcore kind of consumed us, was I wanted to show you all a bunch of these teeny tiny little games that I've been saving. You know, the kind of game that you throw on when things go sideways, or a game ends too soon, or you just want to keep going for a little bit longer. See you later, Crow. There's a bar on the front. It's still kind of taking us through the tutorial elements of. Then give it a spin around, and oh, would you look at that? More seeds on the back. Excuse me, Crow. Nothing personal.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho fine peoples.
I'm Kestrel. How in the hot heck are you doing, friend? Feels like it's been 1,000 years. Just, decorating us up a lovely little something something. And what's gorgeous about this is that the game keeps going as you decorate it. You only have to hit a certain percentage. So we can keep growing these like gorgeous vines and stuff. Oh, and Lance Icarus is also heading out. Lance, lovely chatting with you as well. And I hope you have a wonderful day. And Kestrel, that's 4 years. That's 4 years of subs. I still quite haven't processed it all. You know what, today has been a lot already. Yeah, so sorry, like, I've got a brace for kind of day-to-day stuff, and what I should really do is go see me doctor, but that's time I don't have at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah, Kestrel, your sub is ready for kindergarten. Just want this game to just let me do my thing. So it's interesting how we start with these vines and then we start decorating the world with the intent. And so long as they're within the distance of our little plant, it'll keep growing. Sorry, Crow. I need to. So excuse me for a second. Yeah, this is the whole of it. Oh no! Kestrel had to get their finger splintered? No! Hopefully it wasn't too bad. No, for me the problem's been on the backs of my hands and my wrists. So I'm hoping that, like, taking a break from especially like FPS games and things like that, and you know, taking more time to like exercise my hands and my arms should help. Oh! Snapped a tendon? No! That's bad. I don't like that. Kestrel, no. The game's letting us do our own thing here. So because we've done well enough, we get to harvest additional berries. Alright, but we need to grow more stuff so that we can get enough to then harvest to drop more. Alright, I'm starting to get... This has got kind of like a green thumb Wetrix thing going on here. So now, create another seed on the back. Yeah, and these will end up affecting both. Alright, yeah, see now the actual game's starting to unfurl. Just Kester reminding us, take their advice. Never take candy from a baby. It sounds easy, but it's surprisingly tricky. Those little bastards got claws. Jackie Fox. Nice. Steam Next Fest's going on at the moment. I'm starting to... Does anyone know when the last Steam Next Fest was? I was pondering this morning, and... like... It's not a bad thing by any means, but I'm starting to get this feeling like, hang on a second. How many Steam Next Fests have we had in close succession? Because it really does feel like we've had a lot of them. And having a look through the Steam Next Fest stuff that's currently out feels a little bit like overkill. I wonder if the spectacle of demos can continue enough to keep getting the... Oh, so look how pretty this is. Hello, burbs. Hello, burb friends. So Kathleen was saying that the last Steam Next Fest was June. July, August, September, October. So 4 months, alright. In the grand scheme of things, that's a pretty lengthy time, but I don't know. Okay, what do you all think? From a dev standpoint, apparently Steam Next Fest is great. Oh, and we've unlocked things for creative mode. We'll have a fact on that later. Because it gets loads of eyeballs on small games in really interesting ways. Ooh, crates contain new seeds. Le cabage. Okay, so planters give the maximum growth. Ooh, okay. Like it. Like it. Love it. Not quite enough for a second one, but... Because what we've seen, a lot of people have been using Steam Next Fest to get into and sample a lot of games that they wouldn't have otherwise tried, which I found hecking fascinating. Averick's saying that you can only submit a game to a single Next Fest, though, so at least every Next Fest will be new titles. And was adding that at work it felt good passing up recent Next Fest because we knew another one would come up soon. Okay. Oh yeah, I mean, it does have that big chunky poly style, but like the detail on this is gorgeous. Sorry, Prolo was saying that they really like the visual style. Like, hard agree. And what I do find very interesting about this is it feels like we're placing things with the intent of growing rather than just, you know... Okay. Alright, so I kind of fecked up there, I wonder. Was I supposed to go high? I'm sorry, friends, here's me... kind of... Ah, so this one's a creeping vine. It didn't like being on the ground. Oh, and by the planters it meant the netting. So as we continue to make like a little tire pile... Also, did that car light just spring to life? Apparently I can only make plants or talk about Steam stuff. Kestrel's adding on Steam Next Fest, they're saying that it's good for the devs, then they're all for it. I know they added a few games to my wish list because it's something I need. Yeah, I found that like before we got started today, I was going through a lot of the Steam Next Fest entries for things that I wasn't aware of. So it's going to be interesting to see how it does. It's just one of the things that we do know from how Steam have done their sales in the past is that they won't stop doing sales. And Delta Frost, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Bear with me just a second, friends.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh! Falazure was perfect timing there. So Falazure, hello, Watto and welcome. Hecking thank you. And that's 4 years. That's 4 years at a tier 3. Like feckin' yo, Falazure, thank you. Alright, I need some more seeds! I need to grow some stuff! There we go. So you like planters, which means you love being over here. And, Chess and Ink, how are you doing, friend? What and welcome. The gardening is gorgeous. I got back from our road trip yesterday, and I'm doing real good. How are you? Tell me your tales, friends. Oh, though these can actually block off where this can grow to. That's curious. I'm learning! Ah, okay. What if I can restart this level? There. There we go. Sorry, I wanted to try again on this because I think I understand better now. But also, like, putting the tires in, so we have, like, as much junk as we need to, but dropping it on existing plants causes the plants to keel over. So how we build this is very important. But yeah, so Chestnink, it's going real good. I'm just fucking happy to be back with you all. I've missed you lot. Like I said, I'd love to hear your stories, friends. Not trying to put the opus on you all to come up with conversation. I tell you, I was hanging out with Will, and he bloody made me come up with a conversation topic. I'm like, mate, you're a bloody streamer. It's your bloody job. come on, I gotta do everything. Oh, wait, cool. J-Po says they hosted the first party in a couple of years. Nice. God, I gotta start working out our digital calendar. For those of you that do want to join me on the attempt to watch every video game movie challenge, I need to make like a little spreadsheet for us all. And Delta Frost. Like, I knew it was coming. It was really cool to be able to go back to Sir You're Being Hunted, especially with Floydo. As I'm sure you've all worked out by now, like, Floydo works a lot, possibly too much. There we go, that's much nicer. I'm eating caffeine, you're right. That is a pot kettle situation. But it's just good to be able to catch up with them. There aren't enough chances to hang out with all of the friendos I'd love to, you know? Right, so you're a creeping vine. Alright. So let's pop you in. Actually, we'll get one on either side. And that way we can do stuff like this. Actually, what we want to do, we want to save that big one for when we've got additional... That's not quite enough. Alright, never mind. So we'll pop this here. Right, slap bang it middle. Kablam! Second vine going on the other side. There we go. Now the party can begin. Garden party! It's like a party for gardening. Sorry. Welcome to garden party. The guinea pigs have very strong opinions on how much Floydo's working. Oh, and you'll be very happy to know, friends, that with what funds we do have, I made sure that the guinea pigs got, like, the fancy good salads. After spending an inordinate amount of time on the road, I was just absolutely craving salad yesterday, so I got me a bag, and I got the guinea pigs bag. Okay, so here's where the actual strategy of this game's coming in. Anything I place down could potentially damage or override our vines, but I need to place things close enough so that they positively affect everything. Okay. So if you place another vine on this side, that means that building stuff on the backside will affect these vines together. So, place it there, and also there. Of course, the dork in me wants to attempt to grow just as many plants as we can. Hello, yes, it is me. I'm Will. I'm the plant dork. Growing plants, because that's what cool kids do, apparently. wee. Hopper chopper cha. But the quirk of all this is that you have to place everything down each run. So to get another like handful of signs, I have to have placed all the good stuff. Woohoo! Jumping back into so Fearless was saying former co-worker and then went for whiskey. Lovely. Oh, feckin' yo! Was that this GDC just gone, Fearless? Oh, new plant! So what's this thing? Okay. So this little Mother Hubbard's got to be used in a planter. I swear, Crow, if you eat my plants, I will be livid! Okay, Kestrel, have a lovely rest of your day, friend. Alright, so this is... Wait a second, they gave me a chainsaw? Alright, so what do you do? Okay, nothing useful. So what do you do? You're a chainsaw. Birds! You better run! I'm starting to learn! Is fascinating. Perhaps we need to trim them back to be able to grow more? I haven't actually seen how many of these little Mother Hubbards we can get together. Alright, I fucked this up entirely, but I get it now. Sorry, friends. Here's me getting absorbed by yet another puzzle game. I don't know what it is with me in puzzle games. It just is. So first things first. they were just hanging out on the balcony. Sorry, friends. Fiona just came in, and as I'm sure you heard, said no one would have believed them if they had taken a photo. Apparently, Fiona was just getting high with a squirrel.
Scared the crap out of himself because he jumped onto the patio and he was like, "Oh shit!"
You were like,
"Someone
oh,
else
shit.
is here," and I was like, "Oh shit! Someone else is here!" And then he went up into the little planter, and then I moved to take a picture, and he was like, "Bail!"
Peace! Also, Averick, I didn't see your comment. Yeah, we could absolutely Doom Patrol this. Or BFG Division. Okay. Use the vacuum to collect many fruits. Oh, okay. I wonder how. Now, can we just place these anywhere? We can! Fucking game changer, that is. Guinea pigs have very strong opinions on this. So we can essentially yeet a bunch of these things all over. I swear to God, crows, if you eat my plants, I will fucking end you. Learned some very important things about this world. Alright, so it's up to us to choose which particular things we end up growing. Alright, I'm learning. I'm doing a learn. Oh. Hey, Fiona! Oh, sorry. Prolo, Lost Flowers, I will pass on your lovely sentiments. Oh, that was the wrong place to put that. Fuck. That in a shopping trolley. There we go. This really does feel like gardening wet tricks. My apologies if wet tricks doesn't ring a bell to anybody. It was a fascinating, if somewhat odd game. I don't know. Maybe I've just been doing this for so long that every game reminds me of wet tricks. Well, that and wet tricks kind of kicked my ass as a kid, so I've always lived, not in fear of it, but... it was, when Wet Tricks dropped, it was touted as kind of like the new Tetris, right? And for someone who was a little Tetris fiend back in the day, that I felt that put like an undue amount of pressure on Tiny Will to be good at it. Like, oh heck, here's this sequel based on the thing that you're good at. Be good. Be good at it. Why aren't you good at the thing? sure none of you have experienced anything like that. Dustin says this feels like the old Flash game Grow Cube. Holy crud, Dustin. You might be one of the few other people I know who has even referenced Grow Cube. Oh, that's cool. So it doesn't actually matter... It doesn't actually matter what we use on what. We can swap between the cards to cast. Alright, there we go. I'm learning! And learning's for nerds! Seriously though, crows, if you eat my stuff, I will be livid. So it does really fall on us to start making these little, like... Yeah, resources will do's. So putting the bigger objects in the world gives us stuff to grow from. Though if I remember right, Dustin, a Grow Cube was all about combining different elements to come together to overwhelm the space with like growth and nature. Whereas this, I mean, the fascinating thing is it's up to us to place everything. Not that you need me to tell you, but like, Grow Cube was very much a puzzle game. See, now we can grow vines from up there. Becking, love it. And even the vines are starting to go off the diorama into like the great beyond. Oh, that's beautiful. I don't know. So this game is called Cloud Gardens. It does also have a creative mode in it. Next scene. Okay. Because on that level, it actually started expanding outwards depending on how we did it. Alright, so we've got our cute little grow bed in the middle. Now we take that, which gives us 1. And we're going to grow a creeping vine on the back. I need to put it down first. Why do I always choose puzzle games on a day where I want to talk to everybody? I guess we just get to hang out and have some properly chill moments today. Not a terrible way to spend an afternoon. But I feel like I genuinely have to think about this now. Like, I genuinely have to pay attention. No complaints, like, that's fucking great. But the challenge here is to create something so densely packed without... while still giving these fucking gardens space to grow. Grow you on the outside. Haha, I can. I am so smart. Sorry, jumping back in. So Chesney was saying that they once played a card game in a writing class where to incorporate words on cards as an into an improvised, meandering narrative. One person would tell a story about getting into a fight with murdering crows. Huh. That's fascinating. There's an online version of that, which I believe is called Storium, where it's like collaborative creative writing. It's not too dissimilar from like a D&D campaign and things like that. Just in terms of... Fuck. Yeah, I wet tricked myself. I think I can undo it. No, I have to restart it. Sorry! There we go. Get a nice solid grow bed going in the middle. Then build the creeping vines around and do the hanging vines last. Oh, I am so smart. Building with purpose. I did not expect this was going to be a game I was going to be getting this hard into, friends. Yeah, here we are. Sorry, Chesnick. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I think it was called Storium, but I'm not sure. And so the idea was that each person would take turns writing a block, but whoever was essentially playing GM could play challenge cards. So, like, you all came up with your characters, but in this particular scene, X must happen. However, the players also have their own cards. So, with things that you could play to affect the narrative in varying ways. And I thought that was very, very cool. Like, actually doing the proper collaborative storytelling part of collaborative storytelling. Because it's definitely one of those easier said than done things, you know? Oh, we've got so much goodies. Let's get one of these on the backside. We did it! Yay! Oh, we've still got things to pop down, so... So look at this cute little... This whole cute little area that we've just made. And the idea that like these little plants will grow off into the distance. So as we fill up this area, I think we can place that. Okay, no, so that has to be placed on a billboard or something. Alright. Right, I got this. God, sorry, friends. Right. Let's look at our gorgeous little setup. Take some screenies. God, aside from adventures and ordinate amount of NSP at Ninja Sex Party, and then for those who didn't see it, the gift I got from Mandy, which was fucking cool. Yes, that is OG Monster Hunter on the PlayStation Poo. Thankfully, there hasn't been too much going on. Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely thing to be able to say, but like the conversation's dying in its arse because I'm having too good of a time with this game. Plus, at this point, like, we don't need to grow any more stuff, so I just want it to look pretty. And we've got these, like, vines, like, sweeping off the sides here. Beautiful. So, Caffeine, fascinating question. The UI of this is perfect. Except for the Z for undo, because all that undoes is the last thing you drop. It doesn't undo the effect of it. But everything else is so slowly introduced as we need it. I mean, look at this cute little grow scene we've made here. I'm very curious to see what the creative mode is going to be on this as well. Don't get any objects until... We're essentially setting up things for the vines to creep on later. So with a bit of clever pre-planning, sure as heck gets you thinking about junk in a very different way. No. Drop them out. Ah, biffed it! Okay, so they did actually undo some of the nonsense, alright. Jessim says, Storium sounds neat. Brother also likes a card game called Once Upon a Time, which is a competitive, collaborative storytelling card game. Ah, that sounds fucking great. One of the things we used to play at PAX a gajillion years ago was Gloom. That is to say, the make a bunch of Victorian people very miserable Gloom. But we'd play it sans the rules with a focus on it being a story game. And I've always enjoyed that. Because it creates a wonderful change in pacing. I never really got on with Gloom too well as like not a competitive game, but as a game to play against others, because it always felt a bit, I don't know, it always felt a little bit shallow on the mechanics, but great conceptually. Changing that to a story game is always fucking grand. Chesnick, have you heard of a game called, oh god, it helps if I remember the bloody name. Baron von Munchausen. Does that ring any bells? Okay, so Baron von Munchausen is a competitive storytelling game, and it is feckin' brilliant. One of the hooks behind it is essentially being able to challenge another person's story using cards or varying kinds of I wonder if we can double stack the stop signs. No. Alright. So the idea is that you have to pick a title and a name. You must each take turns telling outlandish stories, and depending on how other people play, they will be able to challenge you in these tales. For those of you that do Imbue of the Booze, it works very well as a game to facilitate a house party. The fascinating thing about it is that you each have a resource that you may spend as you're weaving these tales. And should someone challenge a part of your story, so you say, let me tell you the time when I slayed the Kraken with a spoon, you know, I was in Plymouth. And someone might say, well, I heard that you weren't in Plymouth, you were in fact in Best Buy. And you must either acknowledge the challenge, spend some points to go, no, I was definitely in the United Kingdom, not in a local Best Buy. Or you have to take what they're saying and fold it in. And for crafting a story on the go, it's fucking exceptional. The last time I played it, I did get horrendously drunk. Shocking, I know, friends. What's that? Real drinking? Who would have thought such a thing possible? And yet, here I sit before you, making plants. It's a massive piss hit. Yeah, see, the other interesting thing about this game so far is I guess that's why I keep saying Wetrix, is because it's all about, like, economy of space and resources. A rogue bag not stacked but haphazardly dropped could potentially spell doom for our entire operation. But here I am being cheeky and stacking them like there's no tomorrow. As long as they don't fall on any of our lovely plants, we're good. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of that. Let's see. Yeah, so Chesnink, of all the ones I've discussed, Baron von Munchausen is the one I've had the most fun with. Oh, this was creative. chairs. Just get ready to have a good time. Gnomes! Do you want gnomes, friends? This is how you get gnomes. So then we continue, which opens the thread up. Yeah, now we're getting into it. Gnomes are definitely going to need some tunes. I mean, that's just a fucking given. And we've got to make sure the gnomes have got some bevies as well. Like, I'm not a complete jerk. And then we can put a honking great big caravan down here. Like it, love it. Oh, I'm going to put some warning cones up. I just want to make sure that gnomes don't fall off. You know how it is. Them gnomes, am I right? Oh, we can get this vine growing here. And then we'll pop another cabbagey one over there. Again, just making sure, like, gnome safety is very important. If the gnomes can turn the tire into like a little swimming pool or something, we'll have a great time. God, I'm sorry, I'm having a great time. Gnomes are living their little best life up here. A couple more warning signs might not be a bad shout, just so that people know that this is a certified gnome party zone. Apparently we just hoovered up literally everything ever, so... let's get decorating. This is so good! I severely, severely underestimated how good this game was. And Blue Abomination, how are you doing, friend? Hello, hello. I hope you're ready for some intense gardening action. I guess by now, pretty much, I think I've told you all the best adventure stories. Though, sorry, Crow, if you don't mind, we can stack a few. Yeah, stack a few more of these on here. build. Meowkitty Sakura, Watto and welcome! How are you doing? Hey, it's fine, it's fine. Boof. There we go. Oh, bleeding Nora, that's a big car. Car's back. Take that, Unity Physics! This is so fucking pretty. Let's go for some... Gnomes be praised! Tower of briefcases, let's go! No! Fuck. This was not smart! I have not done well! Something, something too greedy, something, something too many briefcases. Yeah, sorry, to those of you who have just joined us, so this is Cloud Gardens. It is a beautiful puzzle game. I've managed to go at least the last 20 minutes without saying Wetrix again, but it's Wetrix. But Will, what's Wetrix? God. A strange creation from a bygone age. And because we've done so well, we can find a space to put it. We've got a feckin' teddy bear to hang out with the gnomes, and a second boombox. It's a teddy bear and gnome party right up here. Let's go! In case it wasn't incredibly obvious, this game is captivating. There's a beautiful, smooth kind of unfurling. More so... So what are you? You are... Ooh, shrub crops. Oh, that's so fucking pretty! And Crux, Watto. And I guess the reason why this is so absorbing, friends, is because it very much hits that post-fall of humanity. I don't like calling stuff like this post-apocalyptic, because in a certain way, like, this is... The apocalypse has come and gone. You know, when we usually talk about post-apocalyptia, we're talking about, like, Mad Max or Kenshin or stuff like that. We don't tend to talk about games like Timberbrook and about is it Terra Null? The one that's Devolver's releasing. That's all about reclaiming the Earth and rebuilding it. All right, so. Okay, so we want you there. And we want you next to it. Get another you over there. I think I've made a good call. Well, yeah, C222, it's no stress about survival. It's an open world without the stress of someone. Yeah, kind of like Terra Nil. As I said, I'm trying to think of a better term for it than post-apocalyptic, because that does feel very reductive. But suffice it to say, like, humanity is gone. There are no more people. This is what happens afterwards. Like, who we are in this space is a curious question. Like, who is the user playing as in this? He says getting more absorbed into the game. No! May affect it up here. We'll see how it goes. Trying to use the infinite shrub growers. Sorry. I will be repeatedly apologising throughout today's stream because, let's be honest, I'm just loving it. And once again, I can hear me like, oh no, Will's showing off a game that he likes. What a bastard. The strange part of me does kind of feel like, maybe not like I'm taking a piss or anything, but that. That I have missed all of you lot for a week, and then I pop on a game that causes me to ignore you all. I know. What a bastard. But, I don't know. It's a difficult topic to talk about because one of the big challenges these days is balancing realism with nihilism, let's be fucking honest. It's very easy to fall into this trap of misery with everything that gets talked about. And the thing that games like this do is they show a beautiful and peaceful situation after people. And that can sometimes be a hard thing to talk about, and other times it can be kind of fascinating. It can be a lovely thing to discuss in that way of, it's not all about us. You know, things like Timberbrook and stuff like that do such a wonderful job of feeling like God darn it. Akisa, it's not comfy. It's one of those things that if you stop and think about it for a little while, thematically, this isn't comfy. But it's hopeful. Shit, I'm sorry, I keep just saying hopeful as if that just immediately makes it all make sense. Casual said there was a documentary about the world after humans that was very interesting. I believe I saw that. And secretly Robin, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Yeah, Akisa, I wholeheartedly agree. The regrowth of, you know, a once forgotten place. And like Terranil makes a very specific point about doing it from the perspective of, you know, the perspective of science, you know, returning to a place, restoring what was lost. Top job. Look how pretty this is. Oh shit! Do you wanna flash your nails? Fiona did spooky nails. God, one of these days, friends, we'll get that magical tick, and then I'll update the camera and everything. But Fiona's got spooky stick-on nails. They were a grand extravagance at, I believe, was it $6? Yeah, that's why we're broke, friends, is because we've been big spending on nails. Alright, so now I've got a little bit more to work with. So this says continue. Oh, that's feckin' cool! God, I love this game. There's a certain amount of, it doesn't really matter if we are in this world like deities or crafters. Like, just a shot. But thinking about, you know, the world that we're looking at now and who we are in that space, I think is very important. Sorry, that was a nonsense sentence. How are you? Games like this, it can be difficult to summarise one's feelings succinctly. As you'll notice, I'm failing to do so right now. God, if I'd saved those cars... I'm good, cheers. Batman's Poison Ivy fulfillment fantasy. Yeah. Okay, sorry. And breathe. And coffee. Actually, I'll get some coffee in a second. You don't need to play as a protagonist in every video game, and you don't need to be the X or the something to make them all, to make video games make sense. what's fascinating about this is it's very much a... I mean, if you want to call it empowerment fantasy, it's not wrong, you know? Terranil and Timberbrook are very much the, you know, how does a society rebuild after us? Whereas this game is very much about, like, humans. Humans? What humans? We don't talk that that gross, weird people nonsense over here. Hopefully I'm at least making some vaguely sensible points. Anyway, Kisa, how have you feckin' been? So many of you I feel like I haven't seen in 1,000 years. It's only been a week. Kestrel says that their brain finds it amusing that in this universe humans are gone, but leaf blowers still exist. In a world of leaf blowers. Is that our one contribution to the rest of the universe? I'll try and remember that next time the leaf blower guy is outside the window, making my life far more difficult than it needs to be. This is what I was hoping for. Stack a couple of cars high. And there's definitely something about that, like, terrarium, that diorama feel. Like, I probably could have continued it on sooner than I thought, but I love what we've got up here, and I'm trying to just grow some more colour down this way. Like, I've already won, so my goal right now is not, like, video game victory, but more like an aesthetic victory. Although one of the things that's very interesting is that this game does come with a creative mode that you have to unlock elements from this. And having played far too much Dwarf Romantic, or Duff Romantic, or however you pronounce it, I've definitely come to realise that with the Witcher games, often we do need focus, or I won't say guidance, that sounds very patronising, but we need things to help us focus potentially... No, not focus potentially. God, apparently I've been gone a week. I've forgotten how to talk about... Hi, my name's Will, and apparently I'm now fucking Dingus. My name's Dingus Dingleberry. No, so Dwarf Romantic, one of the most requested features of that was a a no stress challenge mode. Sorry, a no challenge mode. Just put down tokens, build something, and relax. And honestly, I played it, and it killed the game for me. I've been pondering that one a lot, and I realized that the puzzle structure really did help focus. That kind of without it, it was almost like, I don't want to say too much freedom, because again, that sounds really that sounds really trashy, but there was definitely a feeling that, sorry, I didn't mean to spin you all right around like that. There was definitely a feeling in Dwarf Romantic that when I was just left to my own devices with no structure, instead of feeling like an artist with a paintbrush, I felt lost. Felt a bit without purpose. It's weird because this isn't a challenging game. This isn't a game designed to have you scratching your head or being frustrated or, you know, annoyed by it. It is very much designed to make you stop and take a breath. No! My cabbages! Fucking cabbage vandal. I'm so sorry. Phillips was saying that they found the same thing true of hard space shipbreakers. The first thing the public asked for loudly was a no time limit mode, because most people wanted to stress with ship reconstruction, but found the time limit grew on me because it forces them to focus. Hard space shipbreakers is fascinating in that regard, because it's a very different experience with and without the time limit. Because Hard Space Shipbreakers is a game about late stage capitalism. Like, they're not subtle about this. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. I don't know. There we go. God, that's gorgeous. I'm really kind of proud of that. So when you play no time limit mode on Hard Space Shipbreakers, you remove the constraint, which is your shift timer, trying to make as much money as quickly as you can to clear through. Now, I do play with the no time limit mode on, because for me it's like it's a meditative deconstruction of a ship. I really enjoy that. Oh shit! This is a fucking... So we can go to either the junkyard... So that was Highways 4-1, so we can go to the junkyard or the railroad. I guess we'll go to junkyard for now. Oh, it's fascinating because it does give you the... Make ourselves a little corner of plants. I've realised that the big kind of lily-looking plants are more for unfurling than they are for making the good stuff happen. Sorry, they're more for resource generation than for spreading out crops. Hey, friends, do you mind if I just go grab a cup of coffee real quick? I should get it back to gameplay. Because I definitely want to get my talking pants back on. I've missed you lot. Not paying you the attention you'll deserve. So hold that thought. Don't do anything while I'm gone. Because I really do want to hear your thoughts and feels. Because C222 is talking about, like, photography and, like, lost places. And for those of you that haven't seen, like, urban exploration stuff, it is fascinating. So, I'll be back in a second. Don't go anywhere. You're right, I was muted, and unfortunately you missed the greatest pun of all time, which I won't repeat because it was obviously so brilliant. So brilliant that if I was to repeat it, I'd only be sullying the previous joke. And that would just be rude. Kestrel, I promise nothing. Gnome on a chair, gnome on a chair, let's pop a gnome on a chair. But no, I was having a ponder while we were away at, like, why this game has such a wonderful sense of comfort to it. And it's because it definitely has that everything's gonna be okay. Except for that poor gnome. That poor gnome is about to have a bad time. But there's something about this title that really does sit down and say it's not as dire as it feels. And I think that's what I've been trying to grasp at this whole time while we've been conversing, friends, is trying to find a way to phrase that. Like, I'm so very done with angry, gritty video games right now. You know, at this particular junction, like, a power fantasy doesn't feel like, you know, the zombies have taken over and it's up to one guy to... I don't care. I don't care. I'm kind of annoyed at myself that I'm genuinely intrigued to see what the Last of Us TV show does. I think it might actually have some interesting things to say. Shit, did we run out of stuff? Shit, we might have. I might have fucked up, friends. This is actually getting tricky now. Like, the idea of something like this is lovely. Okay, well, we've learnt a lot. So first we put that there. Okay. You over here. And you over here. We'll try and get this one going a little bit better. Cultivate some grass in the centre and grow that outwards. So Phil's was saying they've been playing a lot of Power Wash Simulator lately. It's very relaxing. The power fantasy of just, I want to clean things and leave them shiny. Yeah. Lord Gnome. So I just realised that if we can get this to stay. Yeah. I can place this right up here. Good one. Like it, love it. I think there's something to the you're given something broken or dirty or no longer functioning, and it's up to you to make it better. I think there's something genuinely empowering about that. And that's sure as shit the kind of stories and things that we could use right now. Lost Flowers, I did not see that. Do you want to throw that in Creation Celebration? Well, actually, No Grey November, I think, would probably be the correct place. But, no, I didn't see that. Sorry, Lost Flowers are talking about, apparently there was a place selling the Witch of Mercury, the new... Teddy, no! Selling the new Witch of Mercury Gundam figures. There. Look, I'm trying to give you a sweet spot here. Right, you can go there. Let's get the judgy gnomes going. So judgy. Huh? Should have done this much sooner, but oh well. So Prolo, New Gundam is up on Crunchyroll at the moment. So go have a look for yourself. Like, I'm so happy we're in a spot in nerdery now where, you know, you don't have to wait for a semi-terrible English dub to drop before you actually get to start seeing that. Sorry, the Witch of Mercury, but the idea that they sold out so much they just started popping gun tanks in the empty spaces does make me laugh. This game's really starting to get us thinking about placement right now. Hopefully, I'm affected up. Shit, I'm still 88% out. How come this game's kicking my ass? Oh, that was too high up. Alright. Let's go back to the overworld. I'll try the train yard, because that's kicking my ass. Try the railroads. Thank you, Lost Flowers. And I can't really comment on the subtitles at the moment, because, like, so far... Okay. So, sorry, so far from what we've seen on... Oh, wow, this is getting us to... Sorry, so far from what we've seen of Witch of Mercury, I haven't seen any subtitles that have been terabad, but we only, like I said, we only watched it, what was it, yesterday evening, so... Once again, Will gets distracted by a video game that's very good. Oh, C222 put 5 of the photos in creation celebration. That's interesting. See, I'm trying to think if we've really encountered any games that have managed to encapsulate the idea of the kind of photography in forgotten places. I'm really not sure. I'm racking my little brain to try and think of some situations, but like... I'm trying to think if we've gotten like essentially the urban explorer experience yet. Because I keep trying to think of photography games, and there's a lot of the Pokemon Go style. You know, it's on a rail. Where it's more about... I'm trying to think how best to phrase it. It's more about recognition than it is about photography. And as much as I love a Monkey Generation, that's not really a... That's a game which uses photography to tell a story. Shit. And Zeke, good morning. Yeah, Zeke, you are not the first person heading to PAX Australia to come lurk and hang out. Hookshot's actually got a stand over there, so... And now I know what I need to do with these. Prolo says, I want to see more Monster Hunter David Attenborough, where your goal is to take photo of monsters rather than fight them. God, yeah. I had to look it up on the Internet Archives, but there was a game where you had to seek out dinosaurs in that kind of manner. The whole goal of the game was to be able to take photos of dinosaurs using these, like, magical crystals. It was legit heckin' fascinating. Unfortunately, graphically now, it looks... well... Times have not been kind to those CGI. But... Zeke, so see if we can find a photo op for you. Well, so Zeke, Hookshot's working on the Sacred Acorn. So if you wanna find out where we're hanging out, well, that's we. Less we, more feckin' we, but you know what I mean. So, yeah, Zeke, sorry, this is Cloud Gardens. This is a gorgeous game. Apparently, it is so enrapturing that I keep forgetting to talk to humans. How are you? Won't lie, I don't know, jelly's not the right word, but I'm real happy that, one, PAX Australia's going on, and two, that you're going to be going and hanging out with everybody. So that sounds fucking great. So what was the dinosaur game called, Prologue? Because like I said, I found one of them on the Internet Archives. Called Eyewitness Dinosaur Hunter, alright. That sounds fucking fascinating. There we go. That was the cincher right there. Sorry, the ambling conversation that I'm trying to reach at is that I'm trying to think of a photography game that has this kind of vibe. That's what I'm reaching for right now, friends. Because I keep thinking about, like, the Morangi Generation, which was fucking brilliant, but was definitely not a relaxing game by anyone's fucking stretch of the imagination. And then we have, yeah, like Pinko Park and games like that. I guess Alba was pretty relaxing, but that made no qualms about the fact that it was a game about, you know, trying to stave off the effects of big business on, you know, small communities and things like that. So C222 can only think of like Elite Dangerous or DayZ, where they've gone around taking screenshots of beautiful loneliness. There was a wonderful video online about that kind of... I can't remember if they called it manufactured melancholy or something along those lines. But on the subject of... it was actually Red Dead Redemption 2, and how large swaths of the environment, it was just you and no one else. And I thought there was a certain amount of charm to it. even if it did feel a little bit like the you better not be out there. What is it? You kids better not be out there romanticizing your melancholy. Yeah, I seem to be doing much better on this one than the previous one, but oh boy. Last one kicked my feckin' ass. No, friend. No, friend. No, friend. Oh, that was a poorly thought out idea. That was not smart! Yeah, like, I mean, oh, no, there is one game that we haven't mentioned that absolutely encapsulates that kind of, like, explore and experience, and that's Eastshade. While you aren't technically doing photography, you know, you play... Ah, tiny dinosaur! Ah! This tiny dinosaur goes out to... Look at him. Look at the tiny dinosaur. Yeah, this tiny dinosaur goes out to Prolo, and anyone else who played weird CD-ROM dinosaur games as a kid. And no one else. Wait, what are the crows doing in my inventory? Righty buggers. I tell you, friends. I like the dinosaur and the bear are basically going on this long, thought-out journey. A journey of gnomes. Discovery. Trying to see if I can balance a gnome on that beam.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons
Oh, I cannot!
online. All systems nominal.
Gnome down!
Glad you all made it home safe.
Oh, Star, it's lovely to see you. I'm really sorry we didn't get to hang out. I was telling my tales earlier, which I don't mind repeating if anybody wants to hear the adventures we've been up to. Oh, the rubber duck's got to go hang out with the bear though. Like they're a squad now. Oh, we got an achievement for getting the band back together. Of getting the duck, the dinosaur, the gnome, and the teddy bear together. Make sure we get the shoes all neatly lined up. One of the shoes is missing. Do you want gnomes? Because this is how you get gnomes. I was just trying to think of games that encapsulate this style of calm. Alright, so we've got to do Junkyard before we can continue. Alright. Okay. So how do we do this? I do think the creeping vines here was smart. And the grow bit there. Oh, this level might be bugging out on us. Oh, I didn't pick all the flowers. No. No, the game's doing fine. I'm just being stupid. So we need to go basically for maximum coverage. Yes. Some leaves there. Get some cool cabbage going there. a gnome on the roof. Gnomes the wiser. Yeah. I will continue to make terrible jokes. Oh, sorry. Have a lovely rest of your evening, and thank you for coming out. Do you want gnomes? That's how you get gnomes. Or you have your gnome stolen by some local hooligans so that the entire community comes together to get you some gnomes. I didn't think we'd be on this game for as long as, but we've been here for a couple hours. But yeah, so Star, sorry, while you're chilling and illing, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but like, how have you been? Tell me your tales, friend. Yeah. Alright, so apparently this time I beasted it, so I'm just gonna keep setting everything up. Because this level's kicked my ass several times, and I want to feel like I'm actually good at this game. Oh, and 2 more gnomes to pop down. So there we go. Kestrel, you wanted gnomes? Oh, I got you! Except for that one gnome who fell over. Now, this little guy in the forest, he knows what's up. He gets it. Oh, a new kind of flower. A cactus. Alright. Alright. I can work with this. Where can we grow a cactus? Oh, it makes like a little guitar noise when it does the thing.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh!
What's this? 4 full years?
Yeah. And the scary thing is it's not even like the full... It's not even the full complement. You know? That's just for as long as we've had subs available, you know? Interesting. Hey, it's okay. What's up? Hey, what's up? Sorry, Navalis, how are you doing? That's a tier 3 for 4 years. That's such a huge thing. Sorry, today kind of, in a good way, today has thrown me for a loop. We had a dual red bit scenario, and I've wizard vetoed money talk for today. But that is a huge fucking deal right now. How are you? Amos. You're fine, baby boy. Whingy lad. Whingy lad. I'm sure you can all understand, friends. It's so hard being Amos. So hard. Ooh, pop that on the backside. Well. Boom. Plays a little cowboy tune every time you put down a cactus. Can't stop here, friends. This is spiky territory. Hey, Navalis, go sleep. Have a lovely, lovely rest of your evening. Mike, thank you for stopping by. Means a feckin' load, alright? I hope you're doing good. No! Be a cactus! I may have fecked it up. Hopefully we can pop some gnomes atop this. I guess we can make a couple of nice little chair display. This game's doing, I mean, we all know the method very well. It's the old Valve style of like teach by play and stuff. And they're doing a bloody good job of it. Get a bit more colour in here, shall we? It does genuinely amuse me how this game is basically veggie Wetrix. I did promise you all I'd stop saying Wetrix. Newsflash, I lied. Not everything that's prickly is mean. Okay, this is interesting. So we just get one plant. Alright, so we just... Oh, okay, I get it, I get it. Hang on, hang on. Hang on, I get it. So you go there. Table in the middle. Then... one chair for each gnome. So the gnomes can all watch telly together. I'm not going to make them watch telly alone. I'm not a jerk. Oh. Hopefully Drunky here doesn't stack it. One job, mate. One job! Thank you, Drunky. It's Drunky the Gnome! There we go. Get some sweet tunes from him as well. Did someone say, Gnome House Party? Not to be confused with Gnome's House Party. You know what, I'm actually sorry about that joke. It wasn't good. These gnomes know what up. I have to stop blepping at Thor today and be like, look what I found! I found where the drinking gnomes are! Oh, so Chesaning, have a lovely rest of your day. And, like, thank you for coming to hang out. I know I've been a little bit spacey. Prolo was saying that their alcohol tolerance is way lower. After one bottle of beer, they're already feeling lightheaded. My brain immediately went, that means I'm saving money. The internet has ruined me. Do. We'll build ourselves a cute little hangout. Ted's on the roundabout along with Dino Friend and the Doc. I don't think Senior Brick is a friend, though. I don't want to be a jerk or anything, but yeah, I don't think the Brick is really a good mate. Shit, yeah, though, we're going to seesaw this nonsense. I've been given a seesaw, and a bear, and a gnome. They're not good at this. I'm really sorry, Mr. Gnome, but we're going to have a talk about your performance. Let's try a spiky cactus over here. Honestly, I think the lack of spined implements in children's play parks is a big oversight. You know? If there's one thing that kids love, it's sharp things that they can't predict. Secrets of the Crows complete. A magic ritual that trapped all human souls inside garden gnomes. Maybe that's it. I like the idea of we play the role of some strange trickster god. I don't know, that amuses me greatly. As the gnome looks out across his garden, the gnome betrayed by his bear friend. Nope. All lay slain in this land. None are spared from the crow's wrath. Not gnomes, nor bears, nor bicycles. Ring, ring. I should get the hang of this. I guess writing, you joke, but there's always that one kid that can sense when danger is ahead and goes straight for it. Yeah. It's like they have the internal aptitude to understand what's coming and choose not to. So I think I'm learning with some of these. So like with the cacti, you kind of get like a return on investment if you wait and harvest later. You don't always get the full amount from them. Right, I have much to learn. So essentially, in a weird way, you have like some trash that's great for generating resources, and other trash that's great for coverage. I haven't talked this much about coverage in a long time. So I can't tell with the cacti when we're going to get what we need and when it's going to be a disaster. This might just be teaching us about, like, stacking everything rather than just building gorgeous dioramas, which I'm not a fan of. Alright, I tell you what, friends. Obviously, we're not calling a stream by any means, but this is the last level that I'm going to do this. Maybe one more. Because I'm not talking to you lot, and that makes me a terrible host. And I keep saying to you all, hey, tell me your tales. And then I go, yeah, but nah, but yeah, but nah. It's like, please tell me your tales, except... Well, this is cute. We only have one, so we're kind of growing like a phone like a radio antenna. This is actually cute. Shit! Affect it. So I guess there's a certain amount of this that's you can't pre-plan it all. Why do you not put up with me again? I often forget. So now I'm just gonna make a call. Okay, look, Kestrel, you're not wrong. As anyone who's played a strategy game before will say, no. Just, honestly, just one more turn. Just one more turn. And as I've said this with games like this before, I hope that's compliment enough as to why this is worth your time. This doesn't feel like one of those games that you really have to sell people on, you know what I mean? But in the same vein, it's really fucking good. The things that I'm finding fascinating is how the seeds work as a resource. So things like these little lilies are great for generating resources quickly, but they don't cover the world very well. So if your goal is to create something beautiful, they're going to give you the resources you need to plant more stuff, but they're not going to solve it for you. Alright, in my defense... In my defense, I'm doing that one more level. Alright. God darn, it's just so satisfying to play. I'm not made of stone. Or any other even vaguely close to precious gems. So I'm building the world's jankiest radio tower. It's also interesting how early on it gets us thinking about how we're harvesting all our varying little seeds and whatnot. But using the hover tool, we essentially, I wouldn't say override it, but it doesn't have us focusing on the fiddliness of resource collection. It just lets us be in this gorgeous space. Kind of what I'm hoping with this particular level is that as we go through it, we eventually get to the ground beneath, and we can cover this in just beauty. I don't know, you all know me, I'm a sucker for stuff like this. And apologies if I'm zipping through this too quickly. Oh, Kestra, I didn't see you were saying there. You put it up with us because I put up with you. No! I get to be here because of you lot. Oh, here we go. We actually get to continue on this one, so there we go. This is really what I was hoping to get. This lovely little tower where we've got plenty to just cover it with. I know we talked about this before, but it's definitely one of the things that's changed me over the last few years, is the kind of games that I wish to bring into the world, you know what I mean? I mean, obviously, being in the car gave me loads and loads of time to think. Governing, I know. But I've spent a lot of time recently thinking about the kinds of games I wish to see in the world, and it got me thinking a lot about what I seeked to create when I was younger, you know. And like a lot of young lads, you know, it was very much about empowerment of conflict. I spent a lot of time looking at video games as a way to explore conflict. Shocking, I know. But the thing that I keep coming back to is how that's something so far removed from the kinds of situations I wish to create. And I don't know if it's because I feel like we're starting to pitter out on interesting shit that we can do with violence. Or if it's because we've spent so much time recently dealing with bad shit that's just no longer what I wish to see in this world. I don't know. It's one of those, like, artistically, take your pick. It's hard to get excited about games where the whole goal is just, and then we do murder. I know I talked about this far too much. I promise I'm not just going to bore you all to tears with the same stories. But I did find that, you know, after everything that's gone down, I really don't want to make games that are just about, like, variations in conflict. Hell, I don't want to make miserable games. Before lockdown, I was exploring a lot of concepts that were very dark. And now it's like, you know what? I want to make cute shit. You know what? Star, I think you're all... I really agree with you. Doing a murder is only interesting when it's novel, and we have a lot of that going on in the real. We do. And it doesn't, at least for me, like, these days it doesn't feel like conflict is a form of empowerment anymore, because one thing that we talked a lot about in the road trip was how, you know, there's a part of me that misses the 90s. Not the terrible fashions, obviously, but just there was a time when we thought we'd kind of fixed everything. You know, those of us who grew up in that space were kind of led to believe, like, hey, don't worry about it. You know all that bad shit that was going down? Don't worry, friends, we solved it. Racism? Cured. World hunger? Give us a second. The planet? Oh, it's not doing so great, but don't worry. We'll sort that one too. And obviously, you know, we've come to understand that things are very different. And, like, empowerment by conflict isn't really a thing that hits like it used to. Sorry, stop me if I'm going, like, way off topic here. Oh yeah, no, Prolo, absolutely, it's from a perspective of privilege. And because we now have global communication, it is possible for us to understand the things that we weren't able to see back in the day. And I'm not advocating for returning to a point of ignorance. But I think that the want to make things better for everyone at once is more of a jumping off point than the individualism against what seems to be a solved society. Sorry, I don't mean to get all weird on this with your friends while we're playing a cutie patootie, like, puzzle and grow game. The TLDR is that I don't find myself as excited by games that are just about conflict. Like, there's got to be a hook or a reason or a something. I think that's what I was trying to get at. Moose was saying they found themselves shelving concepts now because the events have shifted, that the joke isn't funny. Yes. I don't mind shooty gun bang titles, I just need them to be more than just, like, they need to be more than just do the murder. You know what I mean? Jackie's still waiting for a proper spiritual successor to Battlefield 4. Yeah, I guess I'm talking more thematics than mechanics. The irony being is that, like, in terms of their message, some of the more recent war games have actually been some of the baby softest when it's come to thematics. Think about that a lot. Like, very few of the more recent big budget war games have had anything interesting to say about conflict. I mean, I've told you all what I want to do, but the thing about video games is that ideas are a dime a dozen. It's what you actually do with them. Okay, you know what? Now that the banter's picking up and the coffee's kicking in, I'll keep chatting with your lovely selves. I haven't quite learned how to master the art of the cactus. Sure is a bathtub. Bathtub full of candles. Alright, I've still not worked out why sometimes we get points from cacti and sometimes we don't. There must be a reason. I'm sorry, friends, I don't mean to sound like a wet blanket. Again, I do understand there is a fun to be had from a shooty gun bang that doesn't ask too much of you. I mean, shite, you've seen me. I play fucking the Sniper Elite games and whatnot. You know. Those things like maximum tier cheese. Oh, that's fascinating. Hey, baby boy. See, I hope you don't think I'm dunking on any of your games, friends. Hello, baby boy. Come to say hello. Look who's come to say hello. Hey, X. Hello, baby boy. Yes. Should probably Medusa. Please don't eat Medusa. Medusa's not for snacks. Who's my baby boy? No, doesn't want to hang out with me. It's fine. It's fine. I don't take it personally at all. Thank you, C222. I'm doing. Definitely trying to do my best, you know, friends. Oh, of course, there's loads of seeds around back this way. we've definitely got to decorate the toilet. Can't have a dodgy toilet. That would just be rude. Sea Trooper 2 is wondering if this game scratches the same itch as Stardew. Not so much. Because it doesn't quite have that... It doesn't quite have that reward system going through. But not in a bad way. Like, this feels closer to... Well, I mean, to the puzzle games that it's referencing. Moose was saying on the other side of shelving concepts, fortunately, is that it doesn't take long for a new idea to buy. Yes. Well, my friend always used to talk about game concepts as like the Triforce, that you need 3 pieces before a game idea comes to fruition. And so those 3 ideas might be... those 3 ideas might be 3 gameplay mechanics, they might be 3 narrative elements, or they might just be 3 story beats that work well. And the thing is, so if you want to make a shooty gunbang game, and then the core themes that you might have had, be they, you know, military themes or fantasy themes or what have you, they suddenly stop landing, they suddenly stop feeling like it makes sense. Well, the game idea is not gone. Alright, and apparently we can only decorate the top of the toilet. That's ridiculous. Make sure this is a good looking toilet. But yeah, so those concepts aren't gone. It's changing it up. I mean, again, my ideas are not special. In video games, it's all about what you do, not about what you say. The concept that I was working on was, you know, you'll know I feckin' love doing... Actually, that's good enough to keep going. Realistic gun combat. But I dislike the kind of traditional shooty gunbangisms. So it's like, how do I marry these 2 things? Ooh, got moss. Throw that in the grow bed. Oh, that's cute. So it doesn't grow a lot of... It doesn't grow a lot of stuff, but it does grow. So yeah, one of the things that I really want to do, and I've talked to Moose and Kisa and some people of, is I want to combine that grounding of physical firearms with completely fantastical scenarios. Take something that seems very tactile and make it into something fantastic. Use the grounded and the known as a vehicle. I mean, Phyllis, modding's okay, but you don't get to keep it when you're done, you know? And I'm not saying that, you know... And Detonis, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. How goes it? I'm building some very pretty stuff with some very cool moss. I've got enough to put some... No, not quite. Just gonna sneak a little plant in down there. Don't worry, friends, I've got an idea. Detonus, it is lovely to make your acquaintance. How's it going? Look, I'm just happy that I finally got some people to play So You're Being Hunted multiplayer. Piss! Because that game is something special, and I love sharing it with people. Actually, can we afford some moss? Alright, let's see how we can get this dumpster going. Get a mossy dumpster. Obviously, Mossy Dumpster is my stage name. I mean, and Fearless, that does sound feckin' fun. But as anyone who's as D&D'd it up knows, that getting a good RP group together can be a challenge. Especially... Getting a good RP group together is a real challenge. And there's a lot of... I really need to stop stacking these things right up. Gotta start paying attention and stop playing Stacky Stackerson. Sorry. With RP, there has to be a certain amount of agreed upon play style with everybody involved, and that's a hard experience to curate. I mean... we've talked about this as a challenge in the past, but how does one make an RP system or an RP server work when you are not part of it? How do you make a game that features RP? Because, you know, you are asking people to invest in some pretty wild ideas. Oh, and Detonus, thank you for the follow again. This game is called Cloud Gardens, and it is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. Oh, look at our little map of the world. What are our choices next? We've got rooftops or... rooftops. I try and play something different on the daily. So today we're doing a little bit of this. I may swap it up in about 10 or 15 minutes because I've been saying that I'm going to do that for quite some time. And most of you will notice that that currently hasn't happened. Currently. Oh yes, because Detonus was just mentioning that right now it's Steam Next Fest, which is very good for showcasing new and interesting video games, which I am all the heck about. And this little curiosity is a fully fledged game on the internet. Shocking, I know. This one's going to be a real challenge. We've got to get enough coverage on all of this. Yeah, you're right. I've been mesmerised by gameplay again. Here's that point where I'm trying to make cool and interesting points chatting with you all, and then it's like, but video game. Oh. I'm a sucker for that. It's absolutely guilty as charged. Streamers turn into moths. That's a fucking horror story concept if ever I heard one. Mothman. There's no need to feel down. Alright, so we're doing good. I mean, Detonas, at this speed, it will be Mothman Blonde in about the next 15 minutes. Sorry, Star, there were some really interesting points about levers for player expression and the opportunity for devs to respond, for roleplay to happen. And then Star was adding they want to do more arcs and one-shots. Okay, so, Detonas, when you came on in and before I went full Moth mode, I was talking about creating RP games. Now, most of the Longship are already aware of this, but just as a quick roundup, we got very, very into a game called Blackout Club. And this was not an enforced RP game, but it had a very, very strong RP element. Which was really fucking cool. And it was a game that highly encouraged RP because of how it unfurled. But so far we haven't, I say we, like video games as a space, hasn't been able to create something that could really be described as a mainstream product that contains good RP. Alright, good RP. It contains RP. You could argue that the Soulsian titles have done that to an extent. You know, stuff like, you know, Let Me Solo Her and things like that have definitely risen to, I don't want to say prominence, that makes it sound really, really trashy, but they've become something that's very synonymous with the space. And that is a good thing. But one of the things that's so challenging in games is we spend all this time trying to create experiences. And often, especially when it comes to multiplayer experiences, we're at there's a large amount of limitation on what we can ask of our players. And the more people we add to that experience, the more of a challenge we face when asking them to, you know, be a character, be a hero, be a villain. It's fucking tricky. Wait, are those soft chimes drowning me out? I mean, Detonas, thank you for letting me know. We'll bring that down. How's that? I'll keep chatting. Mothman. There's no need to feel down. I said Mothman. Hey, no worry. Now, some of the comments in terms of like ways one could potentially get RP games working has a lot to do with, say, how users are allowed to communicate in the space. And, you know, limiting what your players can do isn't the most fun way to garner an experience, but it can be a more nuanced way of bringing it together. Well now. Wellity, wellity, wellity. this is interesting. Like, we have to build the tower and then cover it. Alright. Alright, I'm game. I'm hip. I'm with it. C-Trop2 says PS4's Journeys player interaction. That's a very good example. I mean, it's highly limited how two users can interact, but those interactions are positive. Dustin said, game about parkouring, exploring. Ugh. Shenanigans! I do wonder if we can get a couple of these going at the bottom. Well now, is that... Well, that's fascinating. I wonder if we can use those grow pots to put more stuff in. Let's... Sorry. Zoom on in. Where's my plant? It's in there somewhere. Don't be a jerk, Amos. Okay. Yeah, we definitely need creeping vines here. Hopefully I can make this work, otherwise affect it. Yeah, sorry, so jumping back. Situations where, as creatives, we limit the ways in which users can communicate can often lead to some really good, like, potential RP and stuff like that. But, I don't know, I just keep thinking there must be a more elegant way of doing this. You know, the only way to success can't be, you know, we just hamstring how users communicate. The D&D method is fine. Sorry, by the D&D method, what I mean is that all users in the space are people that know each other, and they're working in an environment where they've all agreed to the same level. So there's no matching with rando Calrissians and stuff like that. But, you know, we live in a space where, you know, unfortunately, for a lot of people, they don't have communities like we do. And the only experience they get in those spaces is through randos. So, like, how do we help those people have a good time? I don't have an answer to that. Shit, if I did, I'd be able to make some mad cash. I make them big video game money, you know? Will said that, actually not knowing what he meant. And we'll definitely rotate Pateli onto another game or something different, because I am not doing good at having chats with you all, even though I'm building this weird little tower. I think I understand what creative mode in this game is, though. That essentially you get the tools to build an environment, but it's up to you to grow it as large as you can. So, like, if you stop being able to get enough seeds or enough pieces of junk... That's real cute. Oh, man. Those flowers make garlic bread cheese sticks. Sorry, garlic cheese breadsticks. Man, that sounds fucking great. Get on that garlic cheese bread train. I love garlic bread. Anyway, so while we're nattering, so dear friend, has there been anything that has popped up for you during the Steam Next Fest that you were genuinely surprised by? Haha. I had a feeling. Because I've been stalking the Steam Next Fest stuff, and I've added a bunch of stuff to my wish list. But, and I'm not just saying this to toot my own horn. This is not a horn tooting maneuver. It's more just there was a lot of games that I had forgotten to either wish list or support or otherwise. I wonder what happens if we put this up here in this grow bed. Oh wow. Oh wow. Yeah, we kinda... I guess I kinda overkilled a lot of this. Okay, so Salem says they're interested in the emergence of the relatively polished spins on the Thing Survivors genre. Indeed. I was chatting with a friend, before we went on holiday, and they were talking about how that's like the emerging space. And I was like, well, it was. We're about to get a lot of them very quickly. And that's okay. And there are some fascinating variations on the Thing Survivor concept. Like, it's fucking great. Some of the more roguelike ones I think are going to be interesting. And it has been fascinating that very few of them have been kind of out and out, like, quick flip clones, which I think a lot of people were worried. Because while Vampire Survivors is the first, it's not a poor entry into the space by any means. Like, it does take a lot of what makes Witch Survivors work so very well and articulate on that, which is fucking great. Oh shit, I've got loads of these. Why am I not putting them around? Why am I stupid? Out of here, crow. I think we missed... Oh, definitely missed a load back here. Alright, there we go. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Now we just grow this whole area out. Oh, gnomes! Yes! Dustin says that their laptop is too balked to trust running any kind of games, but the unexpected mashup of mechanics is always intriguing, like hack and slash meets pinball, or the stylings of Creature in the Well. Yes. God. Creature in the Well was another one of those I had to stop playing with you all because I was just not talking to any of you. I was just sitting there and just doing my own thing. Which there is nothing wrong with, but also this gnome has done all the hard work today. There's more stuff. Fucking hell. Let's get this place decorated. As the Offspring once sung. I'm pretty sure that's how that song went. You got to keep them decorated, right? Right? Yeah, that was it. Well, I'll tell you what. So we've hit the 5-hour mark. I'm going to do this one. Honest. I'm going to do this one. And then we're going to test out creative mode to see how that is. Now, the important thing is that... Hang on, let me just zoom on in. We've got to make sure that Teddy here has a nice little space to sit and watch telly. There we go. There's going to be a lot of stuff here, you know. I don't want Teddy to get bored. Yeah, and like this does have this kind of like post-apocalyptic happy home thing going on, and it's fascinating. Like this really does feel like, I don't know, this feels like we're doing something good in the world. It really does feel like we're being given these little snippets of a broken world to do with as we want to. So that's where we need to use the trimming shears. Yeah, Neo should know that's the whole game to this. Now, there is some puzzle elements. So, for example, let me put this... Wow, they're just having a great time. So the little hoover I'm using is to pick up seeds. So I've got a couple of these. So I'll put one here. And we'll put one here. So now I have to decorate this environment. So I'll put like a little thing on the tower there. Everything within that green circle receives like a little boost to its grow. And the goal, kind of like Wetrix, is to cover X percentage of the environment with gorgeous vegetation. And once we've covered enough of it, we're able to just head to the next scene. There are different plants we can put down, these unfurl, and each of them costs a different amount of seeds. The more aggressive and more covering plants require a lot more seeds than, say, like the little like peace lily type thing there. But the peace lily is meant to generate seeds for us so we can plant more plants. Did we put one there? I'm sure we did. Yeah, that sounds like us. Just covering the last parts of this. Get a couple of nice hanging vines from up here. Get a nice little bit of colour in. You know? Out of the way, crow. And now we just got some more teddy bears hanging out. They're all just... Honestly, the teddy bears are just here to watch telly. The fact that we're about is purely coincidental. Oh, man. I guess we'll have to build like a little tower of broken tellies here. It's just because the teddy bears just don't... They have no chill. Jesus, we get it. You'll like telly a lot. We just stop breaking them so... Oh no! We just stop breaking telly so much. And then I realise I haven't been talking to all of you lot for like 10 minutes. Alright, so we're going to try out creative mode. And then we'll go back to just having a natter. But yeah, it did make me laugh when my friend was like, hey, next year, like, prepare for a lot of Survivor... Vampire Survivor clones, and I'm like, we're already there, friend. Oh shit, we unlocked a tree? That's a whole ass tree. Well, now we've got something interesting to put in creative mode. Alright. So this is creative mode. So that needs a fucking grow bed, right? Nope. That's a lot of menus. That's a lot of menus. Alright. One tree, and then we're good. How fortuitous. I'm not sorry! Look, creative mode had too many menus in it. Oh, because C222, so the overworld in this is kind of like the, what you've seen already. The map over of the different challenges and whatnot. So a tree is pretty kick-ass, but you have to have a grow bed. You gotta have a tree. Alright, now let's get some vines going, because those are always fucking cool. Right there. That's cool. So we can kind of grow everybody at the same time. Oh man. Yeah, so so these apple trees definitely have like super tier. Will get you resources. Hang on, we should continue before I start going ham on our goodies. Yeah, see that's on me. Obviously not to be confused with John Ham. Yeah, we get another tree up here. Good. Fearless is asking if I can change the trees. Probably! I don't wanna! That one guy in the Lord of the Rings show is going to be sad at me if I do that. He's going to make that sad, pouty elf face at me, and I'm going to feel guilty for the rest of the bloody day. This tree was here long before you. I'm sorry! Game made me do it! Oh, and we can continue on this one as well. Alright, so, valuable lesson has been learned. Everything's fine, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all fine. No problems here. There are no orcs in Middle Earth. There's the good shit. So, Dustin, I'm not sure who that is. You have to forgive my ignorance on this. I don't know gardening terms. But what we are going to do is pop a couple of vines on these outside bits. Because this is just gorgeous. Now I've got to remember what the other weird game was that I wanted to show you all. Because, as I said, we are not done today. Huh. I mean, Fearless, that's fascinating. I wasn't aware. Oh, here we go. Grow beds are OP and I love them. Ah, a famous architect and gardener. And you know me, I'll architect a thing all day, all day, day. He said mildly lying. See if we can get the back of this a little bit more populated. The fascinating thing about this is how the reach of a lot of these is very... God, friends, whatever it was I was about to say then, I have no idea what it was. It completely dropped out of my head. I think I was trying to say about how it has a really nice sense. This game has a really nice sense of verticality because of all the different ways in which you can grow these little mother hubbards throughout. But what came out was complete and utter nonsense. Why do you lot part with me again? However, look at that. That's fucking gorgeous. Alright, one more. One more! Build it up! Do. Well, I gotta admit, friends, these, I wonder, can can we offset this? We can. Alright. So good news, my plantian friend. You are going to Disney World. Now, you know what? Right. Let's go back to hanging out. It's official. That game is gorgeous and brilliant, and I wholeheartedly recommend it. Let me see if it is on Humble. But if we stay on that, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to keep playing that for the rest of Ruddy Day, and I'm just going to tunnel and tunnel and tunnel. And then I'm building this ridiculous tower of plants and architecture. And everyone's like, hey, what happened to Will? He just stopped talking 3 days ago. Alright. It's not on Humble, so let me just grab you the Steam link, dear friend. If you would like to try this out for yourself, it is $18 on Steam. I don't know if it comes with a demo, but if at this point you need convincing, I don't know what to say. Like, oh. Alright, let me pop it back to just chatting. Although I may get a spot of water in just a second, so I can keep doing the the chatting part. I'm sorry it took us so long to get to this bloody game. Oh no! So Lost Flowers, why is Warframe going to murder you? Tell me your tales. Tell me your tales, friends. Oh, gives me a chance to have a little stretch and all. What did Warframe do to threaten you? Just see what I've got for you all. Oh. As much as it pains me, I won't be jumping into Gundam Evolution immediately. And Hyperdemon apparently has a queued update. God. Friends, did I tell you about The Veil? The Veil Shadow of the Crown. A game where you play a blind princess who becomes a warrior using only their hearing. Did I tell you about that? It's kind of fascinating because it's essentially a no vision required video game, and good. Did I not tell you about that one?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons
Hey!
online. All systems nominal.
Yo, 4 years. What ho X for?
Famous. Cheers to you, friend. And how are you doing? Feels like 1,000 years since I've seen you. No, but seriously, Famous. Like, despite having to put up with me in the real, you have chosen to support this little corner of the internet. And I'm very grateful, so thank you. Tell me your tales. Tell me your tales. Salem says they can pre-order Goat Simulator 3 and get out in Fortnite. No! Even if you can turn into a goat in Fortnite. House Longship, we do not pre-order. For shenanigans. Oh, and on Warframe, so Lost Flowers is farming for a new Prime frame. Okay. Good luck! Zero Servient continues to get closer and closer to release. That's one I'm very much looking forward to showing you all at some point. But unfortunately, I'd need to update it before we could careen around it this afternoon. But yeah, so Famous. We were playing a gorgeous game called Cloud Gardens, and it had me. Like, I was tunnel vision, I was making cute plants, I was having a blast. Like, it was feckin' glorious. I will admit, friends, I'm kind of tempted to show you all a game we played a while back called The Last Stand Aftermath. Oh, Star, that'd be fucking great! Sorry, Star was saying they want 2 bells enamel pin. The amount of times we went 2 bells during the road trip was fucking brilliant. God, yeah. But how would we do it longship style? Because I'm sure you could get a pin with 2 bells on, but it's going to just look like a Jingle Bells pin. And everyone's going to be like, I can't believe you're wearing Christmas stuff! It's only October! It's going to look piratey. 2 bells. I mean, I guess it could work. I have come to realise, Star, that I'm in desperate need of a way to get enamel pins. Used to sell hard enamel pins on Etsy. Feckin' yo! I mean, I tell you what, Star, I'd love to hear... sorry, Star was offering to send me info when they did it. Like, I'd love to hear that. Honestly, I mean, maybe not so much now, but prior, one of the things I was looking at, friends, was doing... instead of business cards next year, doing enamel pins and just giving them to friendos and longshipians. And Dustin, I've already told you that whilst in San Francisco, when I heard the little tram do 2 bells, I said very loudly on reflex 2 bells. Like, it's not. We've all got it. Loki Darklight, good afternoon. Watto and welcome. Well, the thing is, Star, you probably know a lot more in the space than I do. I don't know enough to ask you. What I was going to do, like I said, was I've got a company that I'm chatting with that I will probably pick up like a bunch of enamel pins, but I won't be selling them. Like, it'll just be, instead of when I would give a business card, it's my pin. And also saving them for long shipping individuals. Because if you can make the mission to come find me in the real, here's a pin. You know, hell, the fact that I'd even be able to buy pins is because you lot keep this operation upright. And Loki, I am doing wonderfully. We just got back last night from our holiday, which was also a road trip down to see Ben and Mandy get married. And that is Ben of Worms Armageddon tournament Ben. So it was like friend, fam, good times. Yeah, doing real good. We were playing a game today called Cloud Gardens, and it was so good that I started basically ignoring everyone here. So we're popping back to a spot of just chatting, so I can just chat to you all. I've got plenty of little games to show you. Now, the one I'm tempted to put on today is The Last Stand Aftermath, which is so drastically opposed to what we've been playing, but I'm so close to finishing it. It's a roguelike, so there is a high chance that the next run I do will be victorious. And we played this game when it came out last year? When did it come out? It was the sequel to an old Flash game. Yeah, it came out November of last year. But right now, I just want to chat with you lot. I know there's a bit of a delay due to dropped frames and whatnot. Internet here is being an arse again, but I still like talking to you. Still want to hear what's going on. And yeah, Star, please do. At very least, you're going to have a bunch of knowledge on the subject, which will help me think up some ideas and whatnot. Bacon says it's been a while since they last looked at and did the custom enamel badges thing. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to get to the point where we can have those kind of things on a store. So, yeah. I was also hoping to have merch ready by the end of summer, so hopefully for winter. But I gotta check in with my supplier because he did gorgeous embroidered longship hoodies, and I want to be able to get those for you all. And due to, you know, the nonsense that's been going in across the world, we've not been able to do that. So, I've also been fucking busy with everything, so I haven't sorted it. God, friends, do you think we'll get through a whole show where I don't apologise? I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's medically possible. Yeah. I guess, Loki, the one thing that I do have to show off, the one thing I can be a bit like, ooh, for, is this. Now, as I said, we went down to LA to see Ben and Mandy get married. Fiona drove us. It was a mission. It was an adventure. We had a great time and a stressful time and so much fun and lots of worry. Before we left, myself and Ben and Fiona and Mandy all went to a store called Game Dude in North Hollywood. And Mandy got me a gift, and that gift is OG Monster Hunter.
Sorry, I don't think that is possible. A show without some kind of apology smile.
No, it's not possible. It's not possible. Yeah. It's a sealed mint copy of OG Monster Hunter. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna go pride of place. But then the temptation is to play it. Like, we can get a PS2 set up here. So, what do we do? Yeah, that's my little flex. That's my little brag. Yeah, Loki, that's where I'm at. So yeah, that's what's been going down. We didn't get to see as many friendos on a little road trip as we planned, but I did get to go back to the place in the world where I was born. Loki, that is a potential. But if I was, and I absolutely would do nothing, but if I was doing it by the strictest letter of the law, I might still need to open it. But that's another story, friends. So yeah, that's what's been going down. And sorry, Bacon, I hope I said thank you for this. I mean, you all have been off the chain already. It's only the first stream back. As I said, we're not talking about money today. We're not talking about money. Video game news has been fascinating. God, I hope nothing's popped off while we've been playing Cutie Patootie. Hang on, let me check gi.biz. Okay, no, we're good. Nothing's popped off while we've been having a sit and a natter. Though what was very funny, and this is a complete change of conversation topic, is Fiona is watching a documentary called Welcome to Wrexham, which is about Ryan Reynolds and the bloke from Mythic Quest and It's Always Sunny buying a Welsh football team. And it turns out they knew nothing about British football or British football culture. And it was really hard watching it because I kept being like, well, that's a dumb idea. Because what I do not like... Is it just called Wrexham? Alright. Because what I do not like... British football, soccer, just football for those who know. Being in that culture was fascinating. And the episode that I sat down to initially go to sleep but ended up watching with Fiona was about British football hooliganism, which was very much clamped down as I was growing up. But there was a whole bunch of like government and social moves against football hooliganism in the UK. And it was fascinating hearing Americans go, wait, what? And learning about this whole thing. Fascinating. Lost Flowers says, have I seen the surprise MVPs in Gundam Evo? I have not. Like, so Lost Flowers, before we went on holiday, I was suffering a lot of pain in my hands. So that's why I've not been challenging everyone's time on Hyper Demon or going back to Neon White. Like I said, I've got some hand strengtheners to start working on those. So I've not had a chance to play Gundam Evo proper because I've been trying to rest my arms. And yeah, feelers, there is a direct correlation between the design of Warhammer Orcs and football hooligans. Like, it's pretty much like that's the inspiration for a large proportion of the WOG. The irony is obviously not lost on any of us that, you know, that's the basis for a large proportion of. Hang on, where's my tunes? Mario, get over here. I mean, Kestrel, if you've got a link to those, I'd really appreciate it. But it's also a case of, like, I haven't had hours in a day to really do proper research onto it. So I'm just trying to rest them, like, build back up my strength and my flexibility, doing some stretches and all. Oh, Lost Flowers. Is this thing you're talking about with gun tank running over the unicorn? Sorry, I must have missed the... Because someone was talking about how they sold out of Witch of Mercury kits. So they just started stacking it with... yeah. There we go. So that was the one Lost Flowers put in... No Grey November. That's fucking funny. I was still really cheesed off that... Amos! I was really cheesed off that the special Gundam event in Seattle didn't get advertised until after it was over. So all the limited edition kits were replaced with stuff like that. Or at least Fearless, according to Lost Flowers, like, in one of the big Japanese department stores, Gundam Aerial sold out. It's a really cool design. I am feckin' loving the enamel. The enamel? The funnel shield is feckin' cool. And friends, if you haven't seen Gundam: The Witch of Mercury, give it a watch. It's not as, at least so far, it's not as brutal as Iron-Blooded Orphans, but it also does not pull any punches. So, whee! And Square Peg, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. I want to say again, thank you, friends, for putting up with me playing Cloud Gardens. I didn't understand. I did not understand how badly that was going to consume me. So, I'm currently having a natter and making up for being a bit of a sketchlord. Although Lost Flowers, I did realise I won't be able to watch it until after stream, so if you wouldn't mind throwing it into Videodrome, I'd be very grateful. And Fearless, I mean, if you think about it, like, the unicorn's definitely more fiddly in terms of, like, little parts and putting together. So it should be solid. And Mayor of Albuquerque, that's something that's got to be fascinating.
Stop that
Hey! Fearless, you feckin' legend. Thank you. Sorry, Fearless gifted a sub to the Mayor of Albuquerque, which is really cool. And the Mayor of Albuquerque was saying that growing up in Japan, they never knew that Gundam wasn't everywhere. That's one of those fascinating cultural things. Because the thing is, it's not just Japan. Like, most of, like, the Oceanics has been into Gundams for so long. You know, the US and Europe seen a huge uptick since lockdown. Everyone was like, hey, these models are bloody cool. And, like, before the spike in prices due to lockdown, like, Gundam kits are pretty inexpensive. Like, when you think, like, what a box of Terminators costs you for 40k, and then you look at some of these kits and, like, they start at like $7. You know, there's some decent ones I have here that are like 10 or 15. Now, admittedly, there is an upper limit. It does get ridiculous, but it's kind of fascinating. Loki Dark, like, I have seen it. And the thing is, Loki, it is Gundam Overwatch. It's also cruelty-free You don't have to have a discussion with yourself about whether or not you're supporting a terrible management structure for Overwatch, which was the original title for Overwatch 2 before they changed it. But as I was saying to Lost Flowers and peeps, I'm trying to give my hands a bit of a break from more like intense FPS stuff. So, I mean, probably wouldn't be too bad, but with any kind of like competitive FPS, I'm going to be whipping the mouse around a lot, and this is the hand that's been giving me the trouble. So we'll see how it goes. Thank you, Kestrel. Kestrel just sent me a video of hand stretches that I need to do. Oh, so Squarepeg, which board game were you thinking of? Okay, sorry, Squarepeg was saying they're quite tempted to get the 30-minute mission line of Gundam stuff because there's a board game that takes advantage of those. If you're unaware, so 30-minute mission is kind of like super speed kits. They are great if you want to get into kit bashing and customization, because they're designed to be very modular, and with a little bit of the green stuff, the molding putty or whatever you want to call it, you can make some really interesting designs. And Agananiki, a vertical mouse might help, but I don't know if I'm at the point where I could switch up my main controller for FPS games without a large time commitment. So it's something I might look into in the future. I also don't have the money. Lost Flower says, did the Longship outlive Overwatch? Well, I mean, that's a philosophical question. You know, that's a ship of Theseus, but Vigigamery. Is Overwatch 2 a new game? Or did they just take Overwatch 1 and kind of go, Pachow! And make it free to play? In fact, the irony is that because it's a free to play title, why even sequelize it at all? Now, I understand the reason is because there's probably some legacy issues with Overwatch 1 they just want to get rid of. Alright, I understand it. It's just... yeah. So, Lost Flowers, it's a philosophical question. Is Overwatch 2 a brand new game? Again, I don't mean to be as wry as I am, and we did agree that as a group, we're going to wait to pass judgment on... or I shouldn't say pass judgment, like, we the great arbiters. But we were going to wait to critique Overwatch 2 until it's had some time to breathe. And you're right, Overwatch 1 is no longer supported, so... Alright, Kestrel. Alright, friends, it looks like we are passing judgment. Kestrel's gone to get the gavel, and I know Kestrel will be super mad if they went to go get the gavel, then came back and found out that they were gavelless. Just as a quick question, is Vegadino or Vegan Redino still here? Gavelless and Maidenless. Shit, that's a great book title. I haven't decided what the title of my book's going to be. The current contender is I wrote a book, fuck you. And this book is actively terrible. I haven't decided. Gavelless and Mainless. You're right, that does sound like an Elden Ring build. God. I don't even know when we're going to get into Elden Ring. Let me tell you about any games! God, it's been almost 10 to 15 minutes since I mentioned an independent video game. Friends, I will need to talk about one soon, lest I break out in hives. So you know what, friends? I'm going to get some water, and then we're not going to play it fully. But I want to show you a game called Californium. It is described as kind of like a Philip K. Dick short story that you never read. It has a frankly fascinating art style and something that I'd really like to show you. Plus some fascinating little quirks and tweaks. It's not a game that we would necessarily play for a whole day. According to the internet, you can clear this in like an hour and change. I doubt we'll play it through its entirety, but I really, really want to show you, friends. So, alright, so I'm going to nip to the loo, and then I'm going to grab some water, and then we'll have a little faff about, play some more video games. Yeah, I'm talking nonsense. No, it's just, friends, it's good to be back, and you know, when I don't get to talk to you lot for a few days, I fucking miss you all. This is the most zen socialization that I get these days, you know? Well, so Fearless, if you are at the gym before I come back, have a lovely rest of your evening, and to be continued. Right, water, bathroom, not in that order, and I'll be back in a second. Quick sneak! Oh crap, he hasn't gone yet. Fine, I'm going, good. But no more interesting things. And also, seriously, all of you who've been chucking in bits today, thank you. Alright. I gotta pee! There we go. I said do, followed by, and now I'm double fisting drinks. Kestrel, thank you for filling the pint glass. How you all doing? As I was saying, like, I've got an interesting short little title I'd like to show you all. Plus, I kind of want to see how everybody's fucking doing. Kestrel, I couldn't possibly comment.
Nothing wrong with double fisting drinks. Unless it's a mugging.
Bravo, puns, bravo. Oh, lordy. Right! Where were we? Oh yeah, as I said, I was going to show you Californium. And again, this is one of those titles that I don't know how much of it we will play, but I really want to show you because it's so gloriously different. Much like the train game that I always forget the name of, and like Paradise Killer and stuff like that, it's a simple, like semi-untextured environment with flat wow, apparently that's how I remember things. With a flat billboard-style character art, so they have like gorgeous illustration rather than like animated characters. And I think it creates something that's much more attainable if you want to do a story game but don't want to do the visual novel route. Because I don't know about yourselves, friends. Like, I've never been against visual novels by any means, but I've been finding it so hard. Like, so hard to give any, like, visual novels, like, a proper go of it. I think it's because the gameplay experience is always so very similar. And the problem is, the moment-to-moment engagement, for me, is very unpleasant. So I'm reliant on the story, and if the story doesn't pop, then I have a very bad time. But I'm curious as to anyone else has had the same kind of thing with, specifically with visual novels. Not because there's anything wrong with them, but since Steam started to relax what people were allowed to put on Steam, visual novels have definitely spiked in releases, along with a few other more like mechanically simplistic titles. Pro says she's seen a few interesting attempts at visual novels where they put some interesting ways to interact with things. Okay. I mean, sorry, I meant that as an okay. Do you have any examples I could have a look at? A lot of them do fall into the just choose options from a list. Punchbait says the only visual novel they play in a decade is Coffee Talk, which is very good. So Agadanicky says they prefer more presence in the story of games. Text boxes and images make them want to skip by. Very true. Yeah. I mean, Detonius, at some point, I'm going to have to do a deep dive into sexy games, especially sexy games on Steam, because like someone's making money, and I'm genuinely curious how, or they're all just titles released by small groups. But I haven't done enough proper research into that space to be able to explain it. And I will have to explain to Fiona why it is I'm looking at cartoon boobs for half a day. Yeah, J-Post. That's Longship well after dark. That's... I like that. The Dawn ship. Woohoo! I should say, I'm not against sex in video games. It's a sphere that's always been dominated by, like, cheap turnaround titles, and as we've discussed many times, like, anything that involves like character-to-character contact or matched anims or anything like that is incredibly expensive to produce. Okay, Prolo, sleep well, have a lovely, lovely rest of your day. Yeah. Alright, kiddos, climbing up the stream. It's time for Longship Super After Dark. The Dawn Ship sails. Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, I need to do a little bit more research before I want to go into this topic, but you're right. The difference between sex in video games and pornography video games is very different. But, what I don't want to do is what a lot of people do in this space, which is where they take research they did like 5-10 years ago and then cite it as gospel. God, I've had... Because just on the offhand discussion of, like, you know, hardware and smut, anytime the discussion about, like, VR adoption has come up, a lot of people say, oh, well, as soon as smut starts getting into VR, we'll see an uptick in headset sales. The irony, of course, being is that that hasn't been the case. But it's been a long-known discussion about the difference between VHS and Betamax that, back in the day, VHS was able to outpace Betamax because it was cheaper, and, if you'll forgive the turn of phrase, that's where the boobies were. However, that same knowledge doesn't actually apply to VR. And I try to make sure that I'm not just yet another person who is using unresearched, recycled wisdom when it comes to biz dev and nonsense. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. Anyway. Steam's such a weird space now that there can be entire nations of games that can exist, thrive, and then disappear before you've even seen them. I do like how the Steam stats page and charts has been well overhauled. So things like right now, Apex Legends is the top earner on Steam, with Warframe and then Marauders, followed by Team Fortress 2 and Counter-Strike being like the top 5. I guess Marauders finally dropped in like playable early access. If you haven't heard of it, by the way, Marauders is kind of like a diesel punk Tarkov. You're all on these like old ass beat up ships with kind of like a semi World War I aesthetic, where you board ships, go on in, kill NPCs and players, and take all their nonsense. It has that Tarkov philosophy where everything on your person will be dropped if you die, yada yada yada. I'm more interested in the aesthetic of, yeah, that World War I styly meets hard sci-fi. But whether or not it plays well will be interesting. Well, yeah, so, like I said, I need to do a lot more research. One of the things that I did observe is that a lot of smut games tend to be Patreon supported, which I thought was quite curious. Like I said, I need to do more research. Sorry, yeah, and what I was saying on the Steam stat stuff has been fucking great. But it's interesting to think that right now, Apex Legends is making the most amount of money on Steam. I mean, as Steam says, it's top of the sales charts, but currently Apex Legends is a free-to-play game, and the only purchase available is the Champion Edition DLC. So, how is Apex Legends right now making more money than Counter-Strike? Counter-Strike being the most played game on Steam by about 100,000 people right now? So yeah, it's 345-ish thousand people playing Counter-Strike Go, then Dota 2 with 230,000, then Apex with 100, Team Fortress 2 with 100. Yeah. Sorry, I know this is a bit of a weird handbrake turn from smut in video games. Stats! But now that Steam's actually started doing these like proper top sellers charts and things like that, it gives us a lot more data. So the weekly charts are fucking fascinating. So like last week, Lost Ark was the top selling game on Steam. Alright, so Pun Spectre, go get some sleep, friend. To be continued. And again, I mean, 4 years in subs. In well over, what are we at, like 4.5 in just the long ship in general? Blows my tiny mind, friends. Blows my tiny mind. As always, lovely chatting with you. And tomorrow, I don't have confirmation on what we've been playing. Because I'm waiting to see if I get a review copy of Anthang. But tomorrow might be very interesting. Very interesting. And if not, I think the game that Kaimer was talking about, Unknown Caller, Unknown Number, a first-person talker. If that works with this, I would love to share that with you, friends. Like a voice recognition surreal puzzle game with Feckery. Like, sign me up. Yeah, and if not, it'll be completely boring. A whole boring day. Yeah, I mean, so Agonaki, we've had varying levels of success when it's come to voice controls in games. So who knows? It's always interesting to see the different ways in which titles handle like external input like that. Weirdly, one of my favorites will still be Binary Domain, where you could use voice commands for your co-workers and also swear at them, and also tell them you love them. And for most of them, that would be very uncomfortable, because that's not what you want to hear from your co-workers in a firefight. Just gonna put that out there. Right. Agony says, have I heard about the voice features in Dead Island 2? No. I will admit that I've not really done any research into Dead Island 2. Not to sound like a shit. I don't have a lot of faith in Dead Island 2 coming out. So, I mean, what are they saying they're going to be adding? Because I'd be fascinated to hear. God, you know what, friends? Maybe we should just hang out now for a bit. Apparently it's using Alexa. Interesting. Interesting. But to what end? Now, if it's using a voice command system as a means of like accessibility, that might be feckin' great. Because I was talking to somebody once and they were talking about how when it comes to accessibility, we often forget about how the little elements, especially in console play, can be the most difficult. Agananaki says that the article mentions being able to interact with NPCs, swap out weapons, engage special combat abilities, and even goad zombies. Interesting. Please don't think me the old curmudgeon of the conversation, but I think I'll put that on a when we know. I'll give him credit when we know. Kind of like when we were promised weapon customization in Borderlands 3 and it went. But no, the thing that would be really interesting is to see whether or not it helps with controller complications. Because one of the things I was talking about with a friend who has limited mobility is that the standard face buttons aren't too bad. Now, they find it difficult to be able to press all of these at the same time, so they tend to go for a modified version of the claw, so that way the thumb's not having to stretch across. So the thumb's doing little movements. So the thumb's doing little movements, and then this finger is handling those, and then one there. So it's not too like... But the one thing they mentioned was that the face buttons, so start, select, and activate on the PlayStation, those are, activate on the console, those are hard to get to. And they end up having to pause the game, they end up having to put the whole controller down, and then kind of like claw-type finger those. So being able to just be like, menu, or pause, could be really fucking useful. Again, I'm not hopeful with Dead Island 2, because I think that it was dormant for a very long time. But we shall see. I'll be happily proven wrong. I mean, Dying Light 2... Thing is, Dying Light 2, I tried watching someone play it, and it's so boring to watch. Like, I really hope that it's more fun to play to those of you who've gone through it and really enjoyed it, but it's so boring to watch. But, considering all the nonsense it went through to release, and the complications, and what I hear about its generally disconnected kind of vibe, like... I don't know. I'm fascinated by it. I'd almost like to do a deconstruction stream of Dying Light 2 just to get a better feel for it. Because at least from what little I've seen, it is a game that has very little to it, but had grand ambitions. It had grand narrative ideas of this kind of post-apocalyptic turned like semi-stable medieval community. And I think there's something fascinating about that, but I'm also obsessed with that nonsense. You'll know. You'll know. Well, okay, what is it with me trying to play short games with you all, and then I end up playing feckin' one title all day, and then I'm like, alright, next game! And I'm like, no, I just want to talk with you all. I'm a creature of habit. Alright, sorry, on the subject of banter, I guess we could do a little moo cartographer. Sorry, on the subject of banter, so things we have going on this month. The big one is the Gundam contest, which I believe will be... where's my fucking calendar? Which I will believe will be 2 weeks from now. Saturday the 22nd for a Halloween-themed Gundam. I'm going to start putting some call-outs on social media and stuff to see if anybody else wants to join us. But I've started to put mine together. I will be competing with all of your good selves. Unless they're... If any of the Gundam companies get back to me and I end up having a prize to actually give away to you all, then I will obviously withdraw, because that would be bullshit and chips. But yeah, there it is. That is going to be the start of my Ash from Evil Dead Gundam. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot. But I'm looking forward to it, you know? It's nice having the get up and drive to bring this stuff together. Gundam, Ashdom, the Evil Gundam, the Evil Gunded. I don't know. We may need to crowd shop a few of these, but I think we can bring it together. Okay. You know what, friends? Maybe we should bring our nonsense to a close. I don't think I'm quite batting for 1,000 right now. I promise I'll talk to you all tomorrow about all the stuff and things that are going on. We've got a lot of challenges here at Longship HQ, but you know me. I'm prepared to kind of put my ass on the line for it. As I was saying earlier, this Saturday may very well be a shark day.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are 4 reptilian heroes have overcome the arc
Here's
villain
me
Shredder.
stress picking a hole in my head. Nanakanaki's like, Aganaki, seriously, thank you. It's fucking cool of you, alright? You managed to get Slifter. You managed to get Ket. That is not easily achieved. You also got Batman and Nat. That sounds like the dollar store Batman. You did get a Cyborg Primate, not to be confused with Optimus Primate, along with Vulcanor and Pixel Paradiso. That's a feckin' cool of you. So feckin' weak. Lost Flower says, after Gundam Evo, my Halloween would just be a GM Sniper 2 because he haunts my gameplay. Hey, give it like a spooky paint job. Or, Lost Flowers, you know what you could do? Put together the GM Sniper 2 and then put a ghost sheet over it. Like, woo! That would be funny as shit. But no, Agananaki, feckin' thank you. That's really cool of you. So yes, it does look like Saturday is going to be a sharp day. Because if I'm going to stand in front of you all and ask for help, then I am prepared to work for it. You know what, feck it, there's no point being coy. So tomorrow, potentially, we'll be doing Purgatory Dungeoneer. That is the collaborative works of Damien Crawford, who we played their villainous golf game, and also being published by Zalavir, who is not only an incredible game creator, but also long-time supporter of the Longship. So, feckin' yo. I think Zalavir is in Australia at the moment, so, like, good luck on launching a game from another country. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Purgatory Dungeoneer is the one dropping. I'm just waiting to see if I get a copy of Purgatory Dungeoneer for tomorrow from our good friends. Or if I may have my dates mixed up, friends, so don't quote me on it coming out tomorrow, because I've just realised it's not on the Steam page, so you didn't hear that from me. But what I can say is, if you would be so kind, friends, as to give it a wish list, that would be really feckin' cool of you, because it'll help bump it up in the rankings tomorrow. Failing that, failing that, tomorrow we'll do Californium, and possibly, I don't want to do Adios tomorrow, because that's very heavy, and I feel I've done with enough heavy stuff recently. I want some whimsy. Where's my fucking whimsy? Yeah, we'll do Mini Meekum and Dialogue Box tomorrow, if we don't end up doing Purgatory Dungeoneer. Again, I'm drowning in great games, so it's not like I am struggling for things to show you. Friday will be Sea of Thieves, and Saturday will be Sharkening. Fuck. But like I said, I am prepared to destroy myself for this household and for the Longship, and on Saturday I will be putting that statement to the test. So come, be entertained, for it is my turn to be your spectacle. Okay. Friends, I think that's about it for stuff going on. I'll let you know when I've made the full list of video game movies, so that you can all make a copy for yourself. And I don't know if Lizzie's chilling and illing here, but thank you for helping with the stuff and things. I'll be having a look at that. There we go. Yeah, I'll be having a look at that this evening. Sorry. Apparently, friends, I've hit the fucking wall. What have I done today? I've just made cute gardens, and apparently that's enough to melt my brain out of my skull. Is there anything you'll want to ask or want to chat about before I roll credits? Give me an excuse to chat to you all some more. was gonna say anything but that, Crux.
Dab.
Like, I'm gonna do it, but I want you to hear this stare. Like, Crux, I want you to know how long the delay is between the stream and real life, because I want you to hear me staring at you before you see it. Like, the sound barrier, but it's a fucking dab. Me and my dumb ass now. Okay, Crux, thank you for the bits. Fuck you for the dab. Hoppacha! Alright. Last call for questions and bants.
Bits for the welcome back from a road trip, Dab.
No, just one dab, Bacon. Just one dab. But no, seriously, thank you. It was good to be out in the world again. A little scary at times, but I don't know. I'm still a bit exhausted from everything, and there's so much that I need to do. But I'm feeling good, friends. I really am. Hey, Spooky Ghosts, thank you as well. I lose my train of thought immediately. What was I saying? Oh yes. Any questions, thoughts, or feels before we roll credits, friends? If we do want to do more Blight of the Immortals, we can kick it off tomorrow. I don't know if we'll have a full squad of 12 for tomorrow. So we can do, I think the next smallest, I think, is 6. Let me check my phone whilst you're catching up with the interwebs lag. How many people can we do for Blight of the Immortals? That's my 2 hiccups. That's my superpower, by the way, is I only get 2 hiccups. Yeah, so there's a bunch of 6-player maps, but there aren't a lot of... there aren't any 8 or 10-player maps. Oh yeah, and Aganaki, thank you. I don't know. I think at the moment, Aganaki, it's everything outside of stream that's happening so much and so frequently that it was good to get a break from that. Like, I know I've been a bit wavy-davy here, but it's the weird irony of it. It's not what I do to keep this house afloat that's been stressing me out. I want to get my head back in gear so that the time that we all hang out digitally gets more focused, more brought together. That's what I'm for. So, back in y'all. Okay. Credits, and then I'm sure somebody's kicking around. Right. On that note, being the first day back, there was an inordinate number of people celebrating 4 fucking years of subs, which is huge. And you'll threw in enough to get us to a level 6.5 train. That's a new record. Firestrager is top of the cheers for a very good reason. So, not just a Strager, Jarl Infinitus. To all of you, thank you so much. And again, so Firestrager, Kindball, Bacon Avenger, Wolfcrad, Akira Zero, Pun Spectre, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, and Vanderbeast and Fearless and Crux and Down Under Dwarf and Favor 6. Did I say Favor 6 twice? God, time travel's weird. J Post, Kestrel North, and Aperios Unlimited. Like, bits and especially donations right now are so fucking appreciated, you don't even know. We'll talk about it more tomorrow and on Sharp Day, but thank you. Your moderators today was Caffeine and Rhymes and Moose, but also thank you to Lizzie T. Pow and Tal for doing stuff behind the scenes. To Detonius and to, I guess, Appa Snoozing. Thank you for the follows, and I hope we get to hang out. And to Catastros, The Prolo, Stepagen, Beadora, Vanderbeast, Sadlin, Nudity Man, The End Hero, Exeter, DX, Jambrazonic, Vega Denaro, Lord Lost and Found, Lance Icarus, Danny Sink, J-Post, Ortrazini, Durryquill, Varbles, C, Triple Two, Pun Spectre and Hay Shift, and Caffeine, The Elephant in the Room, we're not talking about it, Kestrel North, and Valizior, and Star, and Navalis, and the famous, the Mayor of Albuquerque, Batmanatat, Cyborg Primate, Pixel Paradiso, Volcanor, several guinea pigs, and Slifter. Like, whether you were gifted a sub or celebrating the 4 years, you fucking legend, thank you. And Aperios for bringing in a squad this morning for breakfast. It was much appreciated. You know what? Because we've been talking about Floydo a lot today. I'm going to throw you over to Floydo. Floydo's playing some Final Fantasy V, which I assume is for B-roll for the upcoming animation video or something. Let's go over there. Friends, I hope you've had a cracking day. Thank you for bearing with me while I got sucked into a brilliant fucking video game. And it's good to be back. I have legit missed you all. Alright? So, without further ado, let's head on over to Play Flames. Should be right good. No, but seriously, friends, thank you. It's been a real cool day. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow for either weird indie games or different weird indie games. Good night, friends. Dramatic drinking noises.